Sorry. Oh, welcome back after our extended reprieve for a moment of... Wow, brain vacant. Welcome back to Borderlands D&D, where we have hopefully another night of fun action. Maybe. Possible betrayals. Will we see? I don't know. Last session, you guys had made it to and decided to start exploring the icy hive that the Bullymongs had taken residence in, and where you had tracked the big boy that had ran away with your guide to. After a bit of running around, fumbling some stuff, doing a little bit of stealth, doing really good for the start, and then really bad suddenly, and running from Bullymongs for a while. That covers a lot of the session. You all managed to find, provoke, annoy, and murderize the big icy Bullymong who had kidnapped your guide, and at the bottom, underneath a bunch of the junk in its nest, you found your guide, wounded, beaten up, but still breathing. After that, everybody proceeded to decide to get the fuck out as they heard all the other Bullymongs rushing in at the death throes of the big boy, and meet up with Clayton, who had repaired the truck, connected the trailer to the truck. We piled in and started off towards their original destination of the Iridian Ruins. However, unfortunately, along the way, they got caught up by a patrol of bandits in the area who told them that you owe them a toll. And on the other side of things, we have Bertram, who is now on book 2 of the Forbidden Romance between the Bullymongs.
What
Probably
volume?
cursing and hating it.
What volume?
Volume 2.
Book 2, Volume 2.
Out of... we don't know yet. Well, Bertram doesn't know yet. I know now.
I don't know why he's chosen to live his fetish through my particular chapter, but we're here.
Yeah, it's gotta do something in life. Have some outlet.
It's your punishment for
This world
splitting
is so
comedy.
repressed. But no, you decided to follow along. You have been following along with something that's supposed to be tracking Schmeat. Although that is a questionable source that it is following right now. You are making good time and above game. Not that either party particularly knows this, though. You are gaining. So, to everybody else who slowly stopped the truck and is looking out as, I believe it was 5 runners and technical mixes surrounding all of you. With on the front, one heavily armored psycho lady with a decently fancy buzz axe. Pointed at you and said, "I think you owe us a toll."
Can we show the statues for him?
And we will pick up here with, how do you guys want to handle this? Everybody that is in the back, I believe.
Can we show the statues for him? Right?
Unless you guys dipped them out, I believe you do.
We got the statues.
Can I poke my head out and say, we actually do have a toll for you?
Well, hold on. Max asked a question.
I said I don't know what you said.
Which bit?
What the person said.
Oh, they said, I think I said, I believe you have a toll for us. No? Not the no. I added that in for some reason. Basically, they were demanding a toll from you guys, as you are in a bandit clan's territory.
And then Barry popped his head out.
Well, let's make it quick and easy. Let's take a look and see what you got.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to sure. Go bring the statues out.
Tanya will open the back door for Barry.
See?
As the one
for you.
that she is currently standing on the hood of just scoos forward slowly towards it all. She jumps off and starts to walk around the corner to look at it. Which statues did you grab? I don't know if you wrote them down, but I believe it was a bruiser and a psycho.
We had 3.
Can we pose them all together, in fact?
Pretty sure one of them was like laying down in terror.
Might have been. It has been a minute. I did not write it down as that was your inventory. But
We had at least one of them that was on the ground in terror, and I think the other
yeah.
the other two were standing in various states.
Fair. As you present the statues to you, I think, was it all... Did you write down what kind they were? I'm curious.
Scrolling down. No, I just have statue X3 written.
I want to say you had a bruiser, a bandit, and a psycho.
I think we got one of each.
That sounds right. Like, you guys went out of your way for that. So, she's gonna walk around looking at this. You guys get a closer look of just, like, really close cropped hair that's very raggedly cut, just probably with a knife. And that kind of defines the rest of hers with also ragged, piecemeal. Armor is hodgepodge. Kind of, like, lean, muscular build. You know, like a lot of psychos. And what do we have here? This is kind of interesting. Leans in real close to the psycho. And then seeing some of the people out, makes like a fake out step towards some of you.
Barry doesn't move it, flinch at all.
That's fair. Barry may not. And then starts to walk up onto the lid. Walk up and start into the camper for a second. It's a very nice addition you got here. Huh. And you're only offering the statues to us. Ooh.
Hey, who else in the back, by the way?
I think literally everybody was, besides the guide and Clay. I think everybody said everybody was in the back because they wanted to be in the heater zones.
Oh yeah.
That sounds right.
So what's she looking at?
Looking around, like, looked at the statues that Barry tried to push out, and then stepped past Barry and the statues to look around inside of this trailer and just looking around like, statues are interesting, but you have not nice stuff in here, too. And starts eyeing up things for a second. Like, eyes up Rex, that text there on the ground. Eyes up some of, like, little gadgets that Clay has from research and such, just looking around, trying to decide what to look at.
Maybe gonna put her hand on her gun.
Hey, is Barry still outside, or is he just, like, holding the door open?
Barry?
Barry is holding a statue inside the thing, offering it to her.
Then you probably would have stepped forward and pushed it and just like pushed past you a little bit to step inside to look. Those are some mighty fine statues, though.
Very, very good statues, yes.
Where'd you get them? They're very familiar looking, I think.
We make them.
Some weapons have some very interesting effects.
Weapons, you say? So, you killed these ones, huh? And like runs, like looking at them, and is like steps back and is looking closer to.
Don't know if they're actually dead or not. I poke one of their heads.
You know, I think I know this one. As she pokes the bruiser and like pokes her little axe into it.
I think he has a very generic face.
I think he worked for us all. Would you happen to be the ones who did this to him? Huh?
No, we found him.
Yeah, well, that's a shame. Well, never mind. I was hoping you did, because fuck this guy, and grabs in and starts to drag him off. Yeah, grabs one arm shirt and like hiffs it up on the shoulder. I'm taking this one, I think.
Alright.
Would you like to
Help?
offer
Yes,
up to
sure.
finish it off the toll?
You can take the others if you want. They'll make a nice set together. They're posable. Well,
They're
not
one of
really
a kind.
posable, but like,
They are posable. Yeah,
Like,
this
they're
is
all-
him, and those are similar. I also want to tell them to go fuck themselves. Make a persuasion check.
like you put them on the ground, and then you put, this one in front of it. Looks like he's about ready to just stomp them.
Can I help her?
Yeah, she can have advantage since you were both cocky.
Yeah. $16.
I think I'll take him. I think I'll enjoy these good though a little bit. So, what are you doing in our territory?
Running from some people who are far too persistent and trying to, well, we had a guy to go someplace and then a bullymong stole him, and I don't know why a bullymong stole him. He's over there. But a
So you're
bullymong stole
bringing
him.
trouble into our place now.
Nah,
Samson's gonna
trouble's
raise her
already here.
hand.
Stop.
Killed the bullymong though.
Is this real? Is this real? Right
What?
now. Is this happening? Nessa says she raised her hand.
She does that. She does that.
Question.
Yes, Nessa?
Okay.
He's supposed to know that this was your territory. See, A signs.
We're patrolling it, aren't we? So, it's our territory.
You should really mark your territory a little better with like a stick or something, maybe?
You should
Really
really butt the
face
fuck
bombs.
out of our business with this.
Why have you marked you a statue?
Shush, 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 shush.
And she has the distinct look of someone who's like, A, did not consider that possibility. B, does not necessarily care for that possibility.
It needs so many statues.
We're
That
just
would be
gonna
a
go
lot of
sit in a
statues.
corner and hope that people start making sense again. And stop antagonize people.
We can make more statues.
So-
We need statues.
What trouble are you bringing in that you mentioned to our territory? 'Cause maybe this bullet hole is not enough anymore.
Third statue.
You already sold her with the 3 statues from base.
You can kill the people following us and take all of their stuff.
We can
We're
do
doing
that.
your work for you.
No, we kind of just don't care about them. We're trying to ignore them for the most part.
They're
They do have really
stupid
nice
and
stuff, though.
persistent.
How closely following? What do they
Ah.
have?
They're stupid and persistent.
Sets the one that's on the ground down and rolls it over to sit on it as a seat. Alright. Sell me on it. What do they have?
They got like
Nessa would know, kind of,
And,
what
like-
they have, right?
Scratches some of like the thigh and hip. You could probably make a guess at it. You've seen a little bit of them, you've seen them do some stuff. They at least have decent equipment.
Well, I did
Someone-
make a really good history check whenever I...
Yeah, for the organization as a whole. For this one, it'd be about the group in specific. You probably know that at least what you've seen from them and like the little bits that have popped up. But they have at least decent equipment, even compared to your normal Crimson Lance soldiers.
Like,
And of
one
course,
them shot me
Bertram's.
with Sorry.
Go ahead.
One of them shot me with an explosive rifle. It hurt.
Nothing particularly.
What are
unique there.
some things that they have?
Things that stood out is they have a very heavily armored vehicle. You saw. You did see one guy in what looked like some form of power armor with basically a minigun.
They've got a trailer. It had a
They
thing
got
in it.
armored vehicles. They also have what looks like a very armored suit with like a gun in it. That would be very handy for you guys.
They're also annoyingly mobile. Very fast.
They also I think they might have something a thing tracking us.
Yeah, it's like a lizard thingy. It was really big.
So that could be a good pet for you.
So somebody needs to make a persuasion check at advantage.
Am I really good at these?
I have +4, but if someone else wants to take it, I'll let them.
Nose goes.
+4 sounds pretty good. You think anything better than that?
No,
Advantage?
Alright,
you don't want me to do it.
advantage is good. It went from a nat 1 to a 19. So,
Hell yeah.
23. So, 23.
Well, fuck it, I've been bored today. I'm interested. Boys, you might want to get fired up. We are going hunting, it seems. Right behind you.
What? Say again, Matt?
Sure, the rest of the group is like right behind you.
Play right past. They've been on our tail for a
We should
while,
be
yeah.
pretty close, I would assume.
If they probably just sit here a while, they'd probably catch up, or I don't know. We got somewhere to
Too
go.
boring.
They'll
Well.
find us there.
Load 'em up, boys. As she shouts to the group of people on her technical. One of these in the back, ready to go, and seems like we've got some hunting to do. Good day it is on that one. Oh. Last thing before I forget. Where are y'all going at our place?
Eric kind of shrugs. He has no fucking idea what the hell he's doing anymore.
Are we going somewhere in their place, or are we just passing through?
The rune, the Iridian rune is buried like in their territory.
Well, how are we supposed to know that if they don't mark it?
You were
Sometimes-
actively told that one by other people.
An alien cave.
Huh. Interesting. Anyways. Gets up on the thing. Don't cause problems or I'm gonna fucking come for you. Makes eye contact with everybody. Gestures at everybody like the eyes like pointing at eyes, pointing at you, pointing at eyes, pointing at you. And then they just drive off, start to like circle around like hooting and hollering it, and they'll drive off.
Well, that went better than I
Goodbye.
expected. I was ready to just close the door behind her and start stabbing.
Why did you antagonize them? Vanessa.
Why did you antagonize?
You were very rude to them. And mean. You pointed out the flaws in their logic. They might not be very
That was
smart,
not
but there's
rude.
no need to be rude.
That was not rude. It was a genuine question. Because it doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't mark their territory. If you have property, you
Very
mark where your
smart.
property line is so people don't trespass.
Flash
Not that
over toward
hard.
everything Nessa owns. She's gone at it with a label maker.
Hey, Nesta.
Hmm.
Pandora, sweetie. Bandits.
They could still mark their territory or something. It's very confusing. How are we supposed to know if we're in a bandit territory or not?
We were also told we were going into bandit territory.
We were indeed told that, yes.
I assume they would at least have like corpsestone spikes or something.
Probably not enough here.
Some
Above
sign.
game, I'm just assuming they had somebody pee on a tree.
They might have.
Their pee got frozen midair. It was not pleasant for them.
Like I was just saying, I wasn't being rude. I was just trying to ask a genuine question. Because it doesn't seem very efficient.
Barry's just staring at you, trying to see if he actually believes you or not.
Why would I actively be rude to them?
I think Barry believes you.
Was that rude?
Yes,
No.
extremely. You almost
You
got
asked a
them to
question,
attack us.
and you got an answer. That's kind of the point of questions.
I don't think you're the best one to determine what's rude or not.
You really aren't.
Oh, but I am. What have I
No,
done
you're
that's
not.
rude?
A lot. Set me on
Nothing.
fire.
Accidentally. And I apologized.
It wasn't very accidental.
And I apologized.
You didn't.
No, you didn't.
I
You
did.
didn't. You
I
did
said,
not.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I apologized.
You didn't even bother to apologize.
But I did.
No.
Gonna hear a knock on the door. So, are we good to keep going forward?
Yep. We're good.
Chris is gonna raise her hand.
Just ask.
Is it rude of me to ask the bandits why they don't have their territory marked?
It's antagonistic.
But is it rude?
Usually being attacked.
I guess it depends on the bandit. I mean,
See, we almost got
I
attacked
don't
over it, so
fucking
yes.
know. It's antagonistic, I know.
We've been attacked
Antagonistic
just
is
for
usually
existing.
rude.
I don't know what that has to do with this question, but that sucks, I guess. I'ma just go back to the truck. I'm not sure I should be partaking in this energy as he heads back to the truck.
Barry decides to join him as he's had enough of this.
Nessa's
join
gonna
up
put on
front.
her goggles and she's gonna stop talking to people.
Are her goggles labeled?
Yes.
You know, I was thinking that we were being followed because Arik sold us out, or Bertram sold us out. We're actually being followed because Nessa marks everything. This is Nessa's bed. This is Nessa's car.
It's just a trail of
Nessa's
labels.
trail. This is Nessa's trail.
Just picking
Nessa's
up papers here and there that says Rex's, tax, goggle, rifle, wheel, left axle.
This is how they're finding us.
So I thought you two liked Bertram. Kind of find it weird that you just let us send people like that after him.
I don't particularly like him, but
That was referring to the.
oh wait, I've already left. That's fine.
Yeah, you left.
Well, you see, I have a theory. I don't hate Bertram, but I have a theory that Bertram is being held hostage.
And I agree.
Or he's not being held hostage and he's just very stupid. And he does not know that they are the bad guys.
Well, he did say
And
in
I
his
would like
holiday-
to
Go on.
I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he was kidnapped and he's not just stupid. Which he may just be stupid, but in that case, we can educate him and get him to not be working for the bad guys anymore because they might just have a very silver tongue and he might just be gullible. Or he got kidnapped and is in indentured servitude.
There was the holotape where he pretty much said he was doing double agent stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense to me because the double agent thing doesn't make any sense.
I think he's just taking all their stuff that he can before leaving.
I thought it out. I've been thinking about it the whole time we were fighting the bullymog. Bullymog.
Bullymong.
Bullymog. And the double agent thing, I'm not sure if it makes much sense. So I came to the conclusion on my own of those two possibilities because I think that he might have been, or maybe he does think he is being a double agent, but I don't know if that's true. And she's gonna clap and look down and like tap her toes.
I haven't actually met the guy, so oh no.
Yeah, I think we just need to talk to him.
Alright then. I'm gonna say you guys will pull out since we're getting quiet on that one. And as you guys head out and towards your destination, you have a guide. No checks needed since the guide knows where they're going, roughly. We're gonna flip back to Bertram on this one. Speaking of, Bertram, you sneeze, you feel like somebody's talking about you.
Oh god, it's in this helmet.
Not wearing a helmet. Cold air sneeze. Awful.
Awful. It is awful. You just have that feeling somebody's talking about you, and they might be talking shit. But who could be doing that? You don't know.
What's new?
It's fair. I'd say you're at a pretty dead, just at the moment of, just like I said, following the blip on the GPS.
Last my recollection, we were nearing the Bullymong hive.
No, you guys made it past that before the last one. You guys just didn't go to the hive. As we fast forward through the time, is there anything Bertram wants to be doing, or just waiting on time to go?
This juncture, I'm pretty much just along for the ride.
You don't want to call Barry?
Why?
Just say hi.
Reach out the window, get some sick shaved ice.
Hello, B. This is other B.
You guys gonna make a B&B? Bed and breakfast time. Now I'm hungry again. Anyways, I'd say as you guys are driving through it all, at one point, they finally have to switch drivers. So it swaps from good old, where the hell did I put their names? I don't know why I have so many issues with their names. Why are names so hard? Does anybody know that?
They're very specific info.
It's fair. Brewer's probably gonna swap with Hoyle for a bit so he can take a nap, and you have, at least for a short time, blissful silence away from the Bullymong grunts and roars. And I think we're gonna have you make a perception check.
Sure.
You're just staring out the windows. Sounds, at least sounds roughly like.
13.
13. Huh. Alright. I have to set something else up. I love when my plans get changed on me.
And now Arik gets a really long combat sequence while the rest of us sit here.
Yeah, I was expecting to be fighting Bullymong, so you guys fought bandits.
Instead, we fought Bullymongs, and now you get to fight bandits.
You fight bandits.
Interesting mix of what you guys thought was going down. So,
Because I thought we were heading upon the hive, and they were heading on the bandit attack. It's like, okay, we'll start clearing there, find the proof that they were there, then go, okay, they left, and we're back up, moving that way. Meanwhile, blah, 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 bandit, blah, blah, blah. But now we're here.
well, here's the fun part. You guys get a cheat. You have something hunting by scent.
But yeah, but
And then the other ones actually just gave the bandits what they want, and no encounter needed there.
We gave them something they didn't know they wanted.
There you go. That's
their
how you sell
own
it.
men. With a dash
I
of
mean,
petrification.
Listen, they like the pretty rocks.
They were never
And
pretty.
speaking of rocks,
Not
the
even in
vehicle you're
death.
in rocks jarringly, suddenly, and violently to the side as another decent-sized technical smashes into it. They are going to honestly try to roll it. Let's see. That might change the whole fucking thing. White or yellow, Arik?
Normally yellow, but white's the color I pick.
Okay.
Why normally yellow?
Because yellow's not offensive to me.
So that's what's wrong with you.
All right. So the vehicle hits, Hoyle starts to curse, it starts to skid, and you guys turn over on your side, throwing everybody down against it as your vehicle is currently now on its side.
Passenger or driver? Am I on top of the pile or on the bottom?
Driver.
I'm on the bottom.
I'm glad you remember your preceding position.
I know where I'm sitting.
So
So-
currently, you have both Lodi and Franz smashed up against you.
Yep.
But at least it isn't Hoyle.
Who went flunk and then went, ow, I fell 2 feet, and then the other guy landed on him.
And as this screeches and skids across the ice for a distance, everybody gets to roll initiative. Meaning you get to roll initiative.
This is an unacceptable course of events. How dare you? I rolled a dice. Now you roll your 8, and then we'll talk.
Roll my 8. Oh, I've already rolled those.
Alright.
What's yours?
It's a 15.
It's 15. Pretty solid, pretty solid.
But not good.
I mean, the only person going before you is Lodi.
Excellent. We can be stuck.
I mean, she's not stuck. She was by the passenger door.
She was in the middle. Listen, I don't know why, but I know exactly where everyone was in this car.
Oh, as far as I knew, she was on the passenger window. Good
No,
to
she
know.
was in the middle, and then Franz was on the outside.
Well, Franz isn't stuck at least. However much help that'll be.
-1. You remember he has a sentry gun I gave him.
I know. That I do have down in his notes next to him.
Fun time if he dies with the beast.
Oh no. Dead engine.
So, Lodi's the first. She's going to be trying to get out of this. Actually, you know what? No, the bandits get their surprise round. They beat the stealth.
I think that their
Buddy,
surprise round was knocking us the fuck over.
I mean, the driver was.
I was the drivers.
The other guys are about to jump on this fucking thing and start coming in.
So
And
it
the door
sounds
on
like
top
Franz
is-
might be a bullet sponge.
Might be. As the door wrenches open and... Ping, right there is, a bandit or two as they just drop into this fucking thing, like axe first and swing. One misses, one hits, as one just and shings off of a shield of Franz as he starts screaming, going, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" Another one is going to drop in on Brewer, who was asleep when this happened and had a very rude awakening. There's also one miss and one hit. As it bounces off his armor and then his second one off of his shield as he's just like, oh, holy shit, what? Huh? As he's trying to wake up still from getting smashed into Hoyle's armor as his awakening moment. I think they can keep circling because they can't get in and they don't. All the psychos take a second sometimes. They're going to be there for a second. Move down through their surprises. Everybody's surprised. Everybody's lovely and surprised. I think they're going to take a couple shots on the... Alright. as a couple shots in from the mounted weaponry riddles and rips through the armored vehicle, most of the bullets pinking off. As you hear a lot of just like and laughter and other things continuing. A lot of hootering and hollering. And we'll roll back as you guys lose the first turn to this. Back to Lodi, who's going to try and wiggle her way out. Cannot wiggle her way out, is going to use her action to just shoot this guy. Try to shoot this one attacking Franz. Which she successfully does. That's enough damage. And she's just like, shit, oh, Bertram, you good? And she's pulling out a gun and just shoots the other psycho in the chest a couple times, adding one more corpse to the pile.
Is there a weird advantage, disadvantage body pile?
Right now, there's just a stack of bodies.
I am in full cover.
Alright. She lost the ability to move there. She doesn't have the point of bonus action she really wants to use. Bertram, what are you doing as you're at the bottom of a 4-body pile-up?
Okay. Part 1, what can I actually see? I imagine it's just the doorway.
There's a lot of metal. There is the back of Lodi's head. There's some snow. You can see the corpse and the door open at the top some.
Okay.
You can probably see through the front windshield a little bit. Just not very well.
I don't see any enemies, correct?
There's the one on Brewer.
Okay.
Although that may be seeing, by like shooting it may be rough, you could just kind of like get glimpses of it and hear him as he just starts tearing into him.
Well, okay, that one's over there. The dexterity save on the shield, that's an attack, right? If you happen to have that, I'm pretty sure it is.
Dexterity save on the shield?
Yeah, it has like a burst option that you gave it.
Yes, that is the dexterity in that. The save is basically 10 plus proficiency, so 13 right now.
You gave me a 15 on it for an item.
15 it is. That must have been what I said at the time. That's what I'll stick with.
I'm just making sure that it's an attack because I didn't write that down for some stupid reason.
Yeah, it replaces one of your attacks.
Okay. So, I think that right now, because the other truck, I've not heard it like back up or any fucking thing like that, right?
It skidded and grinded against it and kind of kept going, so it might have pulled off some.
So, it has the potential of still being there, maybe?
Potentially.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell from this angle.
And the other bandit is basically standing in the doorway upward on the front. I'm getting
He kind of dropped in and is standing on Brewer, who's buckled into his seat.
Okay.
And, like, I say buckled in, but because of the angle, he's kind of, like, sliding out slightly. Like, his shoulder and head are obviously hitting Hoyle. But he's kind of standing on Brewer.
Windshield slash whatever, or plating or whatever is where a windshield would be still intact?
Yes.
Okay. And that's within 5... And that's, like, right next to the bandit, right? In the same square, one could say?
Yes.
Alright. So then, if I put a seal on that guy and teleport within 5 feet, I can teleport outside.
Okay.
And then see what the fuck's going on.
As you just dimensional into it. Through it, past it, out it. As you step outside, you see that the vehicle is just maybe 10 feet away from when it had rammed you, and it kept going some. And there are 2 more outrunners driving about, and it looks like they don't have a huge party here, but it's probably 5 occupants per vehicle because they're like hanging on the outside and stuff.
Alrighty. Any additional individuals standing or nearby the nearby car? And how many incoming do we have?
So you have the 2 psychos that jumped in, 1 died, so there's 1 inside. It looks like there are probably 2 or 3 bandits extra on most of these. Hold on, I'm looking at my numbers here, counting stuff. 2 to 3 bandits, depending on which card it is, but you currently have -1 is so 7 psychos in total, including the one inside the vehicle. Other ones are jumping off and running in as the vehicles around you spin out and do donuts around and just circle the vehicle now.
And those are... Sorry, go ahead.
And then you have the... I'm going to say 9 bandits on the vehicle operating, either driving, operating a turret, or just shooting there.
Okay. So on the vehicle next to me, how many individuals are standing in that?
3.
Okay.
One of them is actually going to shoot you now. Because they just were waiting for somebody to pop out after they flipped the car.
That's rude.
It is rude. You take...
What did he get to hit?
I mean, it was a 24 on
yeah, okay.
One of them that did
I
hit.
just like to know sometimes.
Fair. Only one hit, though. You take 9 points of piercing damage as they fire an SMG at you.
Ow.
The other vehicles didn't bother holding. They weren't close enough.
Alright.
So what are you doing?
So, half my movement, standing up, because I imagine I was prone.
Yes.
I got 20 left. If I were to climb and stand basically in the doorway of this...
Actually, you teleported. You could just teleport to your foot. It makes no sense that you just slide on your back to that spot to me.
Listen, man, I was just following base rules, but that's fine. That gives me twice as much movement.
That makes no sense to me.
Alrighty.
You're good.
So, if I were to stand on top of this vehicle, would the other truck be within about a 15-foot cone? And all the individuals inside, hopefully.
I'd say probably like 2 of them if you stood on top of the truck.
Okay.
Within range. The driver's kind of covered since they're going away.
If I wanted to catch them all in a 15-foot cone field, how far would I have to move?
Like I said, they're only like 10 feet away, so just run up probably the 10-15 feet to get next to the vehicle and shotgun the shield in.
Right. That is my intent. Dexterity saves for all involved.
As you look around, get a good glimpse, and just step through as the world elongates outside, kicking into momentum, running up next to the car, leveling the shield, and firing. As the shield front end opens and just sinks splinters into small fragments as little segment pieces start to come, and just 2 fail and 1 pass.
Alright. Rolling the d8s. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alrighty. 26.
Yeah, 2 of them are just wiped out as you just little flechette shards just dig in and stick it and tear through what little shield and health they had. The driver is injured heavily, but he's the one who passed. It makes sense since he has the most cover, like he's down in the cockpit. And like a couple of them bury into his shoulder as he lets out a yell and just like swerves hard on the car.
Alrighty. That's my left hand. Are you maintaining offhand? As it was.
Yeah, your shield technically, because your unique thing counts.
But are you maintaining it as it was?
Yeah, offhand is still part of the action.
Alright. I didn't know if there was going to be any adjustment because it was mentioned. But in that case, let's just go ahead and... Because I have every reason to believe that those guys are going to have a turn before next time. So let's try to finish off this guy with a quick SMG Burt.
Okay, roll to hit. I'm going to say he has like half cover because he's in a cockpit.
I got a 28.
That is more than going to cover that.
Do they have enough health to where I really need to roll damage?
Yeah.
Alright.
They might do.
So, do this. It's 2 fire damage and 6 piercing.
How much fire?
2. Before.
2 fire, so 4, 10. They're actually still up, just barely, as you just light them up as it runs into that same shoulder as they're trying to like swerve and like skims across, like you see a couple bullets like graze their face and back of their head.
Alright, that's rude. Surviving's also rude. It's time to go back into the collapsed car. With the remainder of my
dropping down
movement,
one of the doors.
I'm gonna go in the front if I can. What?
Jump in the front next to the psycho.
Yes. Hopefully
Gotcha.
to make it easier for the next person whenever they go to kill them. I'm trying to flank
All right,
vertically.
as you jump in, drop in, and just like you're in very tight spaces right now
I know.
of everybody pushed up against each other, but it's still there, going like a little crazy squirrel.
And then I'm going to inform them of the number of incoming.
All right.
And then just try to position myself in such a way that whenever they inevitably all arrive and try to buzz axe me, I have a shield in front of me.
They can't all get inside at least.
That's what I'm banking
That brings
on.
it to Franz's turn. He's going to turn invisible or disappear. Actually, no. There's a reaction here. He is physically not there anymore as the body that was on top of him just smacks onto Lodi as she's like, huh? And she's confused for a second as she dropped down hard. Everybody fell down on her again because you disappeared. And while she's trying to like adjust to recover from that, suddenly Franz disappears and then another body just smacks on top of her again, this time bloody and just getting it all over her. She's having a bad time. Brings it to the bandits, who are now going to jump in to attack. One of them can attack you from above, but they can't get. No one can really get inside. I'm gonna say that's too tight quarters. So, 2 strikes at Lodi. 2 hit Lodi. 2 strikes at. Oh, that's a crit on Brewer. And then 2 strikes at you. 22 and 23.
Yeah.
Psychos hate you. They have such a low to hit.
Not for me.
Like, most of the time I miss fairly often with them. Good to know that, like, they're your bane.
They're the monks of this universe.
As you take 13 points of slashing damage as one of the psycho just goes, "Hi there!" and just swinging at you. Brewer's shield shatters.
His shield. Our shield.
And blood starts to fly. Lodi's shield also shatters as both those hits dig in hard. Nobody can really do anything from here because you're inside of the vehicles. Hoyle's turn. What's he gonna do? He wants to get the fuck out. And Hoyle has this fun little cheat called teleportation. And he is going to teleport, look outside the front window, see where that vehicle is, and he's going to reach down and hit a bullet on his armor. Digistruct particles are gonna whir, and you watch his Hoyle disappear and then crashes heavy on the front of the technical that you shot the outrider that you shot the driver of, and is on front of that as it's swerving. He just pulls out a gun and just shoots this person twice. And then jumps off and it starts running back towards the armored vehicle. Brewer is trying to wake up, trying to deal with this. He's going to pull out a shotgun. That would hit, but it's disadvantage for him. That's 2 misses for Brewer. Brewer's not great at anything but driving, it seems like. In close quarters, you watch as he pulls a shotgun as this one is laying on him and swinging, like standing on him and swinging as you're trying to stand on the dash and not on him, and he's shouting as just pulls twice.
I try to pivot my shield.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you watch his buckshot smashes into the window next to you, and you just skitter to the side as the next one does, like on the other side.
Just real quick, what the fuck are you doing?
He doesn't know yet. He's trying to wake up. Lodi's going to get out. Lodi succeeds in getting out from the corpse. And up and on top of the vehicle to look, he's going to fire at stuff. Why am I rolling like shit? As she misses 3 shots. And ducks back inside. Now they know she's back there. That brings it back around to you, Bertram.
Well, at this point, I don't know if I should leave these two together. Ugh. Grumble, grumble. I'm just gonna try to smack with the fucking shield. I don't fucking know.
Punch him in the face.
Yeah. Am I flanking? Is there a... I don't know.
No. No.
Straight roll?
Yeah.
Alright.
He's standing on Brewer, who has effectively done nothing successful.
Evidently. 20 total.
20 total will hit.
Alrighty. You are... that dice. And I'm going to utilize the seal on this individual. Because no one else can hurt him. Not as much as you think. It's okay. Where's that? There it is. Okay. 21 damage.
As you burst both shield and them, as the shield crashes through the energy field and smashes it into the chest and just pins it to the, like, you hear stuff crack as it smashes into the seat behind it. And then is that one dead?
Okay. Looking at the back half of this car is literally situated in such a way to where there's room for two. Or they like doing a little ground.
The vehicle still available. Like they were kind of like leaning on one of the seats and like putting feet on like armrests, weird spots to stand up and like step up out of the door at the top, shoot, and step back. Like
I just kind of figure I might be able to deflect up more hits than she might. But
I'm gonna say probably not a good way on that one to occupy her space, and she's actually standing up and out of the way and not just buckled in and being a platform. Like
positions do not allow. This is fine. Go for my head up. Has anything changed since last time I looked?
As you peek out, bandits have shifted and are pulling back around to do some stuff. You are going to take some shots.
Why didn't the guy who teleported out take any shots? This is bullshit.
Because they were watching for you, not man teleporting onto the fucking door. Onto their vehicle. Readied actions have limited triggers. Continue. Just continue.
Alright. Closest one. SMG go.
SMG go. Probably one of the outrunners coming in still. They have the driver. They have a driver, this one only has a driver and a gunner.
Well, basic thing says remove mobility, so it has to be driver.
Okay.
SMG go! 26.
That'll hit.
Why did I put away my D-Force? I'm stupid.
You need those.
Do. Up. 9 piercing damage, 3 fire.
That hurts, but as you shoot them and like it just buries into this one, no shield, and does like the fire does double and just like burns a hole in their shoulder, but they're still standing. Well, driving.
I'm gonna spend the remainder of anything I have to try to finagle it to where Arik can get out of the way. If he so decides to.
Alright. Trying to adjust yourself, make it easier for him to pop up and get out. Brings it to the bandits' turns, who are all, in fact, going to just turn their guns to Hoyle and open fire with the mounted guns.
I don't know what he's doing standing out there. He's like...
How?
They all missed. He stands there. Does a hero pose.
How? No, I don't think you guys have understood. I've rolled 8 attacks, and all of them have been in the single digits. 1 hits. As they open fire, and bullets just start raining through and tearing at him.
So mainly the area behind him.
He takes piercing damage as the shield lights up and starts to flicker as it weakens drastically. You know what? Fuck it. The driver that you just shot is just going to try and run Hoyle over.
Beep beep.
Ew.
They found a pothole.
Oh, I meant no, because Hoyle rolled low on this one.
He
As
was the
he's running
pothole.
to it, and you watch as he's running to it, and he starts to lean into the vehicle, like he's going to try and right the vehicle. He pays 0 attention, and the truck the outrunner just plows through him and sends your vehicle spinning and reeling. As you guys, for the next turn, are going to be spinning on the icy surface, and Hoyle's going to be in pain. Yeah, his shield is shattered. You can't currently see Hoyle, but on the bright side, you can see smoke rising from the engine.
Ours or
On this
theirs?
Theirs.
Okay.
You have a huge dent where your driver door was, where your driver roof was. Like, caved in partially. Thankfully, this is a heavily armored vehicle. Anyways, Brewer is going to... Well, he's just gonna pop up and use his shotgun going, well, fuck us, I guess. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's just rapid fire, 2 more psychos down. He just fires. Lodi's turn. Lodi can hopefully hit something this turn. This is a lot of me rolling because 1 player in the group. She finishes off the driver you shot, and then shoots the gunner twice, finishing them off. That puts us down to this. She's looking down like, what the fuck is going on? Alright, can we get this vehicle upright?
I'm just uselessly holding onto an oh shit bar.
Also, where the fuck did Franz go? That brings it back to you, Bertram.
Okay. Actively spinning, apparently. I'm
You're
assuming
actively spinning.
that'll translate to disadvantage at the very least.
It will. You're just like,
Okay. Pop my head out. What the fuck's good? Never mind, I can't see.
What the fuck's... Ooh. Just like the... Oh no.
Don't have any grenades. I just have positivity
not?
and bad language. No.
I told you could grab them from the bases.
No.
Okay. I'm just surprised.
I have 3 Molotovs, which are useless in this particular scenario. Well, they're not, but it'd be silly. Okay. So, can I at the very least make some sort of acquisition as to, like, what's the closest target at this point?
Yeah, the vehicle that just plowed through this one.
But I thought the driver just died there,
That is true.
along with the gunner.
Lodi killed him. Yep. So, probably about 30 feet away on the other one. Yes, they're a bit farther back now as suddenly your car went whee on a trip.
Okay, I don't want this to happen twice, so... Ranged variation on the shield, go!
Third
Pull
and
out the
final
laser
driver.
gun. Yeah. It's ranged blade on shield, and then it's laser gun. These were disadvantaged because God hates me. God actually loves me. That's a 22 with the blade,
Absolutely.
and that's one of these. 4. Ba-da-ba-ba. 10 damage. And then fire laser is...
The shield shatters.
Yeah. A 20 total.
And that'll hit.
2d4 fire damage. Go. 7 blood. War is 11. 11 fire damage.
Oh, they take... Oh, shit. Double 222.
Times
Actually
22.
enough to finish off the driver.
Not again.
You go, not again, as you see them going, that's a good idea. And that's all they get in their thoughts. And now
I
they
resume
have no
holding the
driver.
oh shit bar.
And now they have no driver. And there's a corpse in the way. I'm going to give them a check to see if they can take control. Well, the luck is in your favor. They can't take control.
So they run over Hoyle and then still hit us anyway.
Would you like to roll a d8
Fucking sure.
to see which way this
1.
thing's going to go out of control? 1? Are you...
I can't see. I'm spinning.
Well, they don't hit Hoyle, at least, as your car continues to spin, as this one just smashes into it, then into the one that hit Hoyle. One more turn of spinning.
I'm just holding on.
On the bright side, there's only like 5 combatants, and the psychos are trying to figure out how to get on a death top.
Try it, bitch. We will Beyblade you into dust. Self-imposed con save. Duly noted.
That's fair. Alright. No, they can't really see you, they can't see Hoyle. They're trying to figure out what the hell's going on. The other guy doesn't know what's going on. He can't shoot anybody if he can't see anybody. Everybody's inside. They're kind of just trying to fucking find targets and get control of their vehicles. So, to Hoyle, he's a little stuck. Brewer's gonna try and shoot the 2 psychos.
Right that way.
That's a 1.
You fuck.
Hold on, wait, he's spinning. I want to see if he shoots Bertram by falling. So Hoyle loses his footing, slides down the thing as he goes, oh shit, and just he goes off as you take 12 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
And his second shot just goes wide. As the death top claims more victims.
Okay. That'd probably be enough to knock me prone from my holding things position. And it sounds like he fell over too.
Oh, he did.
I am now sick.
Surprisingly, 2 psychos managed to land on the vehicle and crawl inside, and one of them just gets slapped away.
One of them just gets big paws slapped away. What?
They're trying to jump on the spinning top of a car.
Okay.
And one of them fails, jumps not high enough, and the car just keeps spinning and smashes into it and launches him away. But 2 of them get inside and do start to attack.
I'm just gonna lie here, be sick, and get attacked by psychos like normal.
19?
This instance, I think the only acceptable answer is yes.
I did not know what your AC is, man. Well, that one's a 12.
Yay.
Oh god, that was a 1 on the damage. As you take 3 points of slashing damage as the one psycho attacks you and one attacks Lodi, who manages to catch both of them on her sniper rifle. And shove it back some. Yeah, that brings it back to Lodi and then down to Bertram. Alright. Sorry, I lost track of where I was for a second.
It's the spinning.
Yeah, it's throwing me for a loop too. She just plants the sniper in the chest of this psycho and pulls the trigger, blowing him off. Giving one psycho. I'm gonna say that's her turn, because she can't really get back up. She can't really aim at anybody here. She's gonna look down and start looking around for Franz, because that's an important member they lost. Bertram, you're up. You have a psycho on you.
I'm prone. I'm sick. I got buckshotted. This sucks.
It's a day.
It's a day. I don't think that there's any argument that says that Brewer isn't within 5 feet of this individual. Given this close quarters bullshit. I'm still spinning, so I think that would still be disadvantage.
I'm gonna say you're both in the vehicle. You're okay.
Okay.
You're prone, unless you stand up.
I would like to stand.
As you struggle to your feet.
Erg. Probably just standing on Brewer at this point.
Yeah, he's like, that's fair. Oh, that's my gut. Off my kidney.
What's gonna happen? It's gonna happen. And close range combat, Kukri, go. Natural 13 for a target.
Just looked at my phone that said tarantulas recommended not panic.
Ah,
I have no idea why that's there.
Weird. 20 total.
That'll hit.
Stab. Plus 4 is 12. 12 stab.
And you just rip down and paint Brewer with the dead psycho. There's all the psychos.
Pop my head up. What's
I
left?
think there are two bandits left. One of them got tossed off of his thing. One of them got tossed off the car and is on the ground, and the other one is currently in the gunner's seat of a vehicle.
Okay. Well, I guess I have to take a blade shot at him, because what the fuck else am I gonna do? Disadvantage, go! That's fine. That is 20 total. My dice love the number 13. It doesn't matter.
That'll hit.
Nothing matters. Go, Blade. Good job, Blade. 10 piercing.
At the guy in the gunner seat, correct?
Yes. Because otherwise he's... I guess it wouldn't have mattered, because I'm already or disadvantaged, but whatever.
You know. As his shield shatters, as he gets to... You draw his attention to you.
Then I'm just gonna look down the Brewer and say, gunner seat. Then back to my underneath.
Back inside.
I point in a direction, but I know that by the time I point and he looks, it's already fucking spun.
Yeah. Well, bandits, the two bandits left, one's getting up. He's not jumping on that death trap.
It's fun!
Honestly, he's gonna go grab one of the cars that's stopped and jump in it to start it. And yeah, he's gonna start driving off. This didn't go as intended. Gunner guy. I think I'm gonna roll wisdom save. Huh, oddly enough, he succeeded very well on a wisdom save. Let's see if he succeeds on his ability to steal the vehicle. No! His confidence was false and unfounded. As he rolls a 1 and falls off the fucking car mid-motion.
Faked it, but did not make it.
I'm gonna just call initiative, because one guy's just driving away, and the other one is on the ground, who's about to get lit up by everybody here, as you guys mop him off.
Pull out the rifle, do some mop-up.
Yep, I'm gonna call this as other guy's just flooring it away from you, and it's probably gonna be long out of range of any effects before you can really do much about it. He's driving at some 300 feet around. Actually more.
Do we stop spinning eventually?
Yeah, I'm you stop spinning after... It doesn't take long. Just probably 15, 20 seconds to finally stop spinning from a full speed impact into you. That icy ground helps a lot before it finally just stops, and Lodi's looking a little green. Brewer's looking a lot of red. Maybe some green starting to peek through.
Okay, let's see the aftermath.
As you pull out and get out, A, there's a lot of bodies around, of course. B, there's a huge dent and compression on the driver's side, on the front driver and shotgun area from where the vehicle smashed into it. Probably going to be a shit ton of scrapes and tire replacements on the one that flipped. On the side that got flipped.
Yeah, one of these, doesn't this thing have a trailer with the monster in it? Even the monster is off elsewhere?
No, they don't have a trailer. Think of like a giant carrier van. The back half of this vehicle is attached as a cage. No trailer. That would make it even deadlier of a top. You can see Hoyle is currently struggling as a car tire is parked on him.
Kind of meander over to that location.
You can see him try to move the vehicle in some way, and he kind of just can't get it in a good frame, leverage or anything from here.
So is the problem that... Okay, go on.
His armor is right fucked up and shattered through most of the front. You can see he's gonna have to spend some time on that. He got plowed through by a vehicle.
You just stuck in the ice, or
and you can see blood. There's probably some blood and stuff oozing out of some of the cracks and rips in the armor. One of his arms is, even if he's trying to use it, the arm to support it, you can tell one of those plates weights a bit is either broken his arm or it's just digging heavy into the arm, which is also really unhealthy.
All right, looks like we need to get you to a med bay. Pulls out my war pick. Hold still. Somebody help over here.
What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that?
Don't fucking move.
Ominous. Lodi's the first one to get out and pull herself, staggering over in that direction. What are we doing?
Well, first off, I'm going to mine him out, and then we're going to see about his wounds.
How are you mining him out? That's bad. How are you trying to mine him out? A vehicle's parked on him.
Oh, okay. I thought he was stuck in the ice.
No, a vehicle stopped on top of him. He's under one of the wheels.
Okay, well, in that case, just...
I was like, wait, what are we mining out?
For some reason, it didn't click. I thought it was a detached tire.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah, no, we're good.
Well, in that case, just fucking shift it into neutral.
Go forward, shift it into neutral, give it a push to just roll it off.
Uh-huh.
Alright,
He'll either become a tube of toothpaste, or he'll be fine.
he's just gonna take some more damage for this action. That's not even a question.
Not much can be done here.
He passes out.
Yeah.
He will be making death saves now.
Got any emergency medical things?
That's a pass.
I ask later.
Probably does. As she pulls out a pack and just drives a needle into through one of the cracks in the shoulder and presses the plunger. As he just it rolls over. Spits some stuff out as his helmet came off when the vehicle rolled over. Oh god. I'm gonna need a nap. Brewer is pulling. You guys watch as Brewer pulls himself up, just trying to get out of the vehicle, topples and falls off onto the ground. Having no luck today.
Okay, well. At the very least, we have other vehicles. I'm gonna go see if I can find a rope.
As you go back, I'm pretty sure the place you're gonna find a rope is in the supplies of the tipped over armored vehicle. You hear a tung 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 on the metal from back in the cage, and you hear, "Could you let me out? If they're gone."
Okay, sure, but how are you at playing medic?
Adequate.
Good.
Had to learn anatomy. Had to learn anatomy a lot.
Right. Is it even possible to open this cage at this time?
You could open one of the back doors.
Okay.
2 doors on the back or on the front. They just, as he stumbles out, kind of bruised up and like, "Oh, thank you. Oh, that was scary. That was very scary."
Apparently you have some sort of teleport back into animal cage?
You know, emergency devices for situations like this. I'm not a fighter.
Okay, well, Hoyle decided he was, so go fix that. I'm gonna go try to flip our thing back upside
As you
right.
say that, and he looks over and goes, "Oh my." And he's gonna set to work on Hoyle. I'm gonna let you, Brewer, and Lodi. It's gonna take all 3 of you. You make a strength check.
Well, I plan on just tying one end of this thing to a truck and fucking...
Never mind. It's just, I'm gonna just let that go and say you spend a few minutes tying it up and just, and it flips back up on its wheels.
Not lifting an armored car. Fuck you.
It's Borderlands, baby. You could probably lift an armored car, at least enough to flip.
I hold RB.
Exactly. So, tell me if I'm wrong on the summation of this. The vehicle's probably going to need to have the roof at least fixed some before it's drivable. Just because of how caved in it is. And there's a problem of your medic is the one currently in a mini coma.
I'm just...
Your engineer is currently in the mini coma.
Well, yeah, but like... Does the engine go putter putter putter?
Engine's fine.
Okay.
Nothing here is
it's-
bad enough to mess the engine up.
It's just a matter
You
of
gotta go
thing
back
is in
to
the
the
way. Dylan, hush.
You can probably like spend some time beating the roof back into place with some effects and some other stuff, but that's all
Bare
you would know
minimum
here.
requirements. That's all I need.
I'd say you can spend some time doing so. Lodi's gonna bust out one of the torches and just start heating up the metal some with it in spots to let you work it out slowly but surely.
I have blacksmith proficiency.
It's not pretty. I'll let you roll it to see how pretty it is.
Sure.
And
Why
if you
the
just punch
fuck
a hole in
not?
it, you have it, might as well use it.
It'll come up sometime, right? 18. I can only roll 13.
That's pretty solid.
This is insane.
It's pretty solid.
Hooray.
It's not like finished. It's not like finished, like fine finished, but it's solid enough.
Doesn't need to be. We are...
As you guys beat it into the way, the real trick will be replacing some of the glass on the front. You guys just have to pull out part of the windshield, basically. You don't have extra glass.
Probably one of the technicals has one of those like wire frames in front of it, I'd imagine. Maybe.
Just tack
Just so
weld it on
that
the
there's
front for 'em.
something there.
Yeah, just tack weld that over it for them.
Uh-huh.
Franz will probably like have you guys get your help loading Hoyle up in the back, and you guys can start driving again. Brewer is very much wide awake again, so he's all good to drive.
Well, Hoyle's down and broken. So unless somebody has a better idea, I say we get him somewhere he can actually get medical care.
Oh, this is no. Franz has some fun stuff. He's gonna get Hoyle back on his feet.
Okay, I'll watch.
He just needs most of the night. before he'll be operational. It'll probably be tomorrow before he'll be back up and running, but he's got some good stuff on him. He can get him. Nothing critically broken was done. It was mostly just really bad deep bruises and stuff, and ancient vials are extremely good at regenerative properties.
Okay, well in that case, since he's got that handled, then I'm gonna look over the bandits and see if there's any sort of identifier, or otherwise, well, identifiers. Where the fuck? This was a lot.
Looking through it, something that pops up a couple times between, I'm gonna say with you and Lodi helping, she'll point out one of the things from the docket she got for you. Like, you find it, ask her about this sigil. It's like a frosty crown with a sword shoved through it, and it's basically just the emblem of the new bandit clan that came into the territory.
And does this information docket have any, like, other identifiers, or is it just bandits? Shrug.
They don't have a bunch on them because they literally took over like a week and a half ago.
Bandits. Shrug.
All they know is they came in, they slaughtered the previous group that was in here, for whatever reason drove them up here, and have been running it rampant over it since. They have taken similar policies to the previous one, though, in collecting tolls, although theirs can be a bit more demanding, depending on who you are.
Okay. Gonna go over the fronts. Sorry to interrupt your procedure, but where'd your pet get off
Let's
to?
hacksaw down. He's oh no.
Out of range?
To like pulls it and scrolls, and it's like not out of range, just very far away. We'll have to gut it to try and catch up.
You see what we're in?
In fairness, the note beforehand, the vehicle is faster than the creature.
No, it's more of a defensive, hey, we're compromised.
Do you want to go back and tell them you failed? You couldn't do it because of one bandit patrol?
See, I see you're trying to lay specific blame in a direction, which is a really bad idea, I'll be honest.
I'm not laying blame. This is you making your call, and I'm asking if that's the call you want to make.
I think that depends on how it is Hoyle's doing in the next hour or so.
I could have him back up by tomorrow.
So it sounds like we're not
Medical
moving at
vials
least
are
for
very adequate.
a day.
Or we can just drive with him in the back.
Somebody get me a map of the upcoming area. We're taking a circuit. Yeah. We're driving in areas that aren't going to get us screwed.
Something to remember, this is an area with drifting bits. Not everything is fully guaranteed, but they can give you at least a partial map.
We still have some of the
While the
bigger
land
ones and
masses-
things like that. Yeah.
I would say at least where the some of the landmass is settled. Are you just wishing to plot a more circulous route?
Something safer, less prone to being ambushed.
Fair. Make a survival check.
Okay, that is a 19.
19, that's pretty solid. I'll say you find at least what you can see is a semi-decent route.
And is that a route to the known stronghold area of bandits, or a route to where the Blue Blorp currently is showing? Because the Blue Blorp is supposedly going to be moved.
I thought you were going towards the Blue Blorp.
Well, the Blue Blorp doesn't make a lot of sense because we're so far behind. Working on the assumption that we need to scout out what the fuck these guys are doing, we need to see if I can find a route to the actual bandit stronghold area.
So, just so I'm clear on this, you're no longer pursuing them, and you're just trying to stop and go off to the bandit stuff.
I'm making the assumption that the bandit stuff is going to make itself known with them, technically, if anyone asks.
Okay. You can make a divergence towards where they think the town is.
And us, I'm taking overdrive.
Do keep in mind that they told you at the start that they have issues with it because the Crimson Lance has refused to pay any of their tolls for anything.
I wasn't expecting friendly accommodations. I'm trying to scout shit out.
All right. You plan that route out, and you guys will set off. Back to the other group. Would somebody like to roll a d20?
Okay.
Just to see how the drive's going.
Uh, 17.
17 is a pretty decent one. Alright, so you guys are out and about, and you guys have made it out of most of, like, made it off of at least a large portion of the drifting ice, that, the drifting shelf that makes up the last area. You guys are on one of, like, the larger sections of solid landmass, making your way towards one of the Iridian ruins. Or at least in the vague area of one. Hoping it's just when, they pin dropped it. Decently sunny day, not a lot of bad weather, not a lot of bad storm. Still cold as hell. I assume most of you are probably like wrapped up in the back still. Minus, I think Barry said he was going up front. I would love for Barry to make a perception check.
I need you to give him a minute so I can get the right dice out.
That's alright.
What the fuck is perception is?
Yeah, that's good.
Alright.
14.
14. I'd say that's good enough in this moment. They're not trying to hide. As you guys are driving along the way, a little ways off the distance, probably 400, 500, 600 feet off. Gets a little wonky. You can see at least a decently familiar, bulky figure with her, like, very vibrantly green hair and her leather jacket on, currently standing next to her bike with, like, jumper cables on the battery and looking at one of the stinging cactuses of the area, like, debating.
Who is this?
It's Brunya from back at Hancock's.
Do you know how long that's been, Matt?
Well, that's why I gave you the name. As it looks like she's very much debating if she could hook her motorcycle up to the stinging cactus currently.
Shall we give her a ride? Or we give her a jump?
Well, you're currently the only person here going to see her. That's why I was leaving it to what you wanted to do.
I tap, what's his name? Hancock's son. What the fuck he is? Play.
Yeah, what'd you need?
Mind stopping there for a second? I know her. Vaguely enough, anyway.
Squids. Oh yeah, she was around the bar a couple times, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Well, I got no problem with it, and just veers off. And everybody in the back, as does so, spends a few moments, and the vehicle starts to slow and then stop. So you guys pull up, and Brunia turns around and goes, "Oh, hey, yeah,
Oh.
fancy seeing all of you out here. Well, you two out here, at least." Not who I thought would be together out here. So what brings everybody out this way? Trying to she throws the jumper cables on the ground behind the motorcycle, from behind her back.
Do you need a hand? You look like you're having a bit of spot
I
trouble.
could use I wouldn't mind a jump. If you guys don't mind, of course. I was just here, let me get the jumper cables out, and pretend in a very bad way makes it look like she's trying to pull the jumper cables out now instead of the fact that they're already out and attached and was debating the cactus bit.
Clay, you mind?
Just shrugs no and just pops the hood. So what brings everybody else? What brings you all the way out here alone? I thought you were part of that group a little ways back.
We lost a few of those members and then gained some more, but they're actually back in the trailer.
Oh, trying to stay warm, I see. That's a fair point.
Yeah, Bertram turned on us. Bertram and Dretro joined the Christmas Lance, and that's hunting us. Fun times. I mean, not that we weren't being hunted before, but now it's someone who's somehow actually able to track us, which is starting to get annoying. Shrugs. Me.
Yeah, fair. Getting hunted does suck, as you guys are hooking everything up. Anybody inside is free to step out or look out or do anything that they wish. Just to
No, I padlocked the door shut. No, I don't.
The power of padlocks.
Shush. I have actually spontaneously decided to go and sell them out. I've just locked them in there to be sold.
Oh,
We're actually sitting in a Crimson Lance base. Crimson Lance base. They just don't know it yet. Yeah, well.
So, again though, what brings you up here? As you guys just get it fired up and the motorcycle running.
Some kind of ruins or something? Not quite sure. Something. Ruins. We're going off on an adventure with him. Meridian ruins or something?
Huh.
Very shrugs.
Well, I can't say I do much with those.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure about it myself, but yeah.
Although if you guys end up needing some help, you could probably hit up the town nearby. I'm going to be there for a bit.
Is that the one on the top of a giant pillar?
No. This is the one that knew... I don't remember their name. Runners? Frost Runners? Something like that. They took over recently. I'm going over to one of theirs.
The bandits?
Yeah.
Alright, we paid our toll. Yeah. Fair warning though, if you go to the town that's on top of the giant pillar, the road might be out for a bit. See the guys hunting us and the road's out. You have to go take the long way around.
Damn.
And how long it takes
Well,
them to fix
good to know. Won't be up that way.
Bertram just can't
Give it
cough
extra
into
time if I stop that way. That'll be helpful.
Barry just coughs into his hand. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh. I couldn't take that. Advisement. Ugh. Also, if random happenings would stop happening, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. We've been... we got attacked by a giant bullymong. Believe it. We got attacked by a giant bullymong in the middle of the night, grabbed our guide, and just booked it. We then tracked this thing down. And of course, we're at the end of the bullymong booking it. Bertram and his group come up out of nowhere. Decided to come say hi. So we're going to jump for it. We can finally track this guy down. It's middle of a giant bullymong nest. It's ridiculous. Oh.
Huh. Haven't heard of any giant bullymong's around this part. That's interesting and good to hear. Let's keep an eye out for stuff like that.
Yeah, it was so completely, covered in ice. It was using the ice as armor.
Now they got armor.
Yes,
Oh,
it was
shit. That's gonna be a pain in the ass.
It
Speaking of
was.
pains in the ass, that'd be I don't know which way you guys headed. And she point because she's gonna like about over that way over yonder. I would watch out. There's a skag pack wandering around, but it's got a funky pack leader going on.
One of those?
Oh
What's up
yeah.
with this one?
I don't rightly know. I would normally say it was one of those burning ones, but that didn't match up quite right. Wrong coloration, wrong stuff happening around it.
Really? That's gonna be...
Trailer door open. Tanya.
Trailer door
Oh,
open.
no.
Tanya bundles out.
Oh, it's
truck's
Tanya.
Huh. Who are you? You're a new one, I think.
Oh, hi, I'm Tanya. You're a big
Reaches a
lady.
hand out. Brunya.
Old acquaintance I met before. When I met
Just like
well,
does like the like old like grasp by the forearm and gives you a good shake and your whole body's like whoop, whoop, whoop.
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Is Brunya actually just shaking his character's entire body, just like shake him up and down?
It's like that. It's like that vigorous shake where your arm, they shake your arm really hard, and it's just her normal, like solid arm strength, like just a normal for her, but decent strength behind it by accident.
And Tanya is lightweight.
Tanya is very lightweight. How's everybody else in there? Well, who all is in there? Is that little Tyke Hancock taken care of still in there?
Nessa's
Well,
gonna
you
pop
fit
her head
little.
out.
I heard Shmeek going, and I picture his head just popping out at base and then Nessa above him.
Dare say he's not a little tyke.
Well, little and Tyke is here. Understood. Okay. I was just curious if your guys were hanging in there still. Been a week, couple weeks. I don't pay attention to the time very well. I think it's been a couple weeks.
Oh god, it's only been a couple of weeks.
How's everybody holding up in this group?
We need vegetables so I can make bullymong stew.
I don't think you're gonna have any luck with vegetables up here, admittedly.
I know.
But hey, gave your bud gave bit. What is it? Hold on, don't tell. Ballad? Barely. Billy. Barely. Barry.
Yes?
That's it. Told Barry here, there's a weird skag group up that way, up this way, and she points in a direction. I'd avoid that if you guys could.
Oh, those aren't even tasty to eat.
Better than nothing.
True.
Better than eating sand or rocks. Very good.
That is a disturbing image in my head of eating sand or rocks.
Yes.
Ouch. Oh, well, like I said, I gave him the heads up. You guys need anything? Swing by the town up a ways, grab me. I'll be there for at least a couple of days.
Okay.
Nice seeing you guys again. Good to see you're all in good health.
Yep, nice seeing you too.
Oh, hold on. Here, Clay, I had something for you. I was gonna bring back next time, and reaches in and pulls something and just tosses it over that he catches. And it is a small little, well, for lack of a better term, piece of iridium tech, small little oddly shaped one. Let you dig into that and see what's going on. found it at one of the skags nearby, so I kind of thought that was just a little fun little thing for you. But if you guys said there's a Ridian rune nearby, that would make sense. Well, I don't think I'm going to keep you terribly long. I'm just going to
Battle?
take my bike and get the battery fixed. Run over and give me some grub and enjoy the warmth.
You do that.
Everybody stay warm. We're up here.
Yep. See ya. He waves.
And just fires it up. Oh, good to meet you, Tanya.
Give her a wave.
And then just fires up, drives off. I swear, y'all avoid... I change this chart sometimes. Y'all avoid hostile and random encounters like the plague.
Thank you.
Well, we did just send one to Arik.
That's true. You just sent one after Arik.
I mean, yeah, we did. We did.
Change his whole routing plan. Plan is very loose there.
Fair.
Eric has no plan.
It was
Well.
follow the beep beep originally, but beep beep is far away. Truck is damaged.
Alright, yeah, you guys have time to go. Good to know. She is pointing loosely in the direction you guys seem to be heading anyways, when she was talking about that scat pack.
We should avoid that, yes. You know any alternate routes, Clay?
We can try to figure one out. As far as I know, that's the main one. That was just the straight shot, but we can figure one out, I guess.
I wouldn't exactly want to go on, have to mess with the skags. Especially that close on tail that Lance has been.
Shrugs, fair. How's everybody in the back doing, by the way?
Alright.
Cozy.
Yeah, alright and cozy. As the front has, like, much less heating than the back, and it's just got the fucking, like, 3 layers of jackets and 2 sets of gloves on.
There's no random token.
There's no what?
Nothing.
Okay. Setting off. You guys want to take a circular route then? As well. We have 2 circular routes it sounds today.
Oh shit. That'd be our luck.
Ours is probably less circular.
Yeah, we're just trying to avoid that one. Those skags. Not trying to go and avoid everything in the world. Hopefully.
That's fair. I'm gonna say with the detour, does somebody want to roll a survival check for the guide, since you guys are taking a detour? It's a dead
Sure.
advantage. Somebody can roll a d20, I'll just add his modifier on. Let's see if your guys' luck holds out.
Alright.
Be back in 1 second.
17.
17's pretty good, plus the guide. I'd say you guys make a decent pacing. Probably going to be getting there around... Well... You guys have been driving west today. You guys are probably going to be getting there well and decently into the night. It's a case of driving about, avoiding any of the big road hazards, trying to take circulus routes. Who has good perception? I'm curious.
Not
Crystal.
me.
Crystal does, but Crystal's also sitting in the back, so.
And they have windows.
Well, how about this? Would Crystal be spending any time looking outside as it starts to get dark?
Maybe. Probably. Let me just say
Okay.
yes.
Just make a fun perception check for us.
I know where it is. Perception check. Unnatural 20.
All right. As you guys are driving around, you guys take the circular route. Do pretty decent. As this night starts to fall, light starts to go down, sun starts to go down, moon starts to come up, starts to get darker. Off a little ways into the distance, like a good little ways off, you have a very interesting sight of a glowing skag currently laying down, like laying,
Could you define
kind of
glowing?
snoozing.
Like what
Its
color?
eyes are glowing. Its fur glowing.
No, its whole
flesh
self is glowing. No, its whole self is glowing.
Talking like a glowing one from Fallout. What kind of color we got going on?
Opalescent.
Oh, that'd be terrifying.
It's the rainbow.
Probably like a. Trying to remember a bit, like a yellowish orange, and I mean that way, not like fire would be, which is like
Oh,
leaning towards red, like a yellowish orange, like
it is a
unhealthy
glowing one
glow.
from Fallout.
Does it look tasty?
Does it what?
Tasty.
Who's seeing
You
this?
know, if it was anybody else, I'd say no, but for Schmeat, I'd probably say yes.
We eats it.
Yum yum radiation.
It's a decent ways off. It doesn't seem to have noticed the vehicle currently.
Hey,
She just got it because it's dark out.
hey Nessa. What is
Yeah?
that? Like over there. Look over there. What is that?
Dude,
I don't think that's normal.
It's something glowing.
Don't think skags are supposed to glow. I think it's a skag. It's a skag.
Are they supposed to glow?
Big lady earlier said there was one that was glowy, kind of weird. It wasn't like fire, but something else.
Maybe it's radioactive.
That's weird.
I don't think we should touch
You
that.
calm the rest of the group.
No.
The driver. You don't
Because
calm
we
the
can't.
driver. You don't try and
No,
warn
it doesn't
anybody.
need to go there.
You guys are avoiding that spot anyways. It's a long ways off.
Okay, so we're not going there. Okay, good.
No, you guys took a circular route to avoid that area.
I
I was just letting you know they can just do a fun little bit. They can see it off in the distance as it glows at night.
That is a strange thing.
I did want to find out to see if you knew what it was, or what it was doing, or how it's doing that.
Gets up and walks around some, just sniffing the ground.
Can a skag be a siren? I just know all sirens are female. Do they have to be human?
I
And now Matt
don't
is
know the answer to that.
thinking very hard.
What are you talking about? Frantically writes down siren animals. What do you mean a skag that can just phase lock you's unfair?
I mean, I don't see why there couldn't be animals that are sirens. It'd be kind of specious if not.
I've just never heard or seen one. Well, obviously I haven't seen one. I've never heard of one.
Rack nest. Underline.
I thought I'd give you an idea. I think it popped up.
I feel like I guess if there were animal sirens, then they'd probably just be hunted really fast.
They'd probably become the alpha of whatever they were and take control.
That's true. Which alphas typically get hunted for rewards.
just hope we
Unless
never
they were
run
just
into
like a
one.
fish or something. Phase
Giant
fish.
glowing fish with space powers.
Space.
That
Yeah.
sounds interesting and terrifying. I don't know which one to settle on just yet.
Did it catch stuff on fire like you can?
What if there was
Probably
a
not, because
siren?
it'd be underwater.
What if there
They
was a
could freeze
siren?
things.
A giant sea serpent that breathes fire.
Terramorphos's face steps onto the truck.
All
That's a
of
good
it.
question.
Sounds like something on Pandora could just do because it's Pandora. And at this point, I wouldn't be too surprised.
What if Pandora is a giant siren?
You think the planet is a siren?
Maybe.
I mean, it is a bit.
I mean,
I've
it's
heard weirder
possible.
theories.
People refer to Earth as Mother Earth, giving it the female
Earth
connotation.
doesn't exist here.
Okay, I don't know what planets to use because I don't know what planets exist.
That's fair. There's like Prometheus, Hephaestus, Athenas. There's a lot of almost like Greek pantheon names. Seem to be a pretty common consensus naming convention. And then there's stuff like the Eden 6 solar system planets, which are just the Eden 6 is the solar system, and then it's numerically they just the planets are numerical in it, I think.
Cool. People often refer to their planet as Mother, as it's, where everything grows and everything's born from it. So it's a possibility.
I answered that so quickly. Is that actually?
Have we ever seen Pandora glow?
Isn't Pandora always glowing?
Is it?
It was glowing quite a bit when we came in.
Maybe it is a siren. What if Pandora is your mom? The mom siren, mother siren.
I love this all coming from a Tony Intelligence character who deals with
Not
mechanics.
wisdom, though.
This is not a matter of wisdom.
I hope not, because then she would hate me a ton. She must obviously hate me a ton.
Okay, yeah, I had to check because I was suddenly unsure. It was confirmed that there is no Earth in Borderlands. Okay. I was very uncertain suddenly.
Who confirmed that?
Creators.
Why?
Because it was repeatedly asked.
So specific.
Are you surprised? Any sci-fi setting, everybody's gonna ask on consistent loop, repeatedly, endlessly, does Earth exist?
But where'd the Earth?
An easy thing to compare to.
The fact that Earth just means dirt. Earth is everywhere. Every planet is Earth because every Earth planet is dirt.
Where is Holy Terra?
No, wrong game. Wrong sci-fi. No, bad.
In a different universe entirely.
There is
And has
only
been
one.
eaten by the Chaos Gods.
You think we can't get a motor and make a chain sword?
No, I think that the
I did not say
Chaos
no to that.
Gods infected all the chain swords. And the very idea of a chain sword.
Please, like, Pandora isn't the definition of what happened to the Chaos Gods when they were done. with the planet and moved on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Brother Schmeat is hungry. We
Yeah,
must
I mean,
feed
yeah,
it.
yeah.
But I'd say if probably like late at night, like 10, 11, because you guys had a full day of driving, getting out of here, getting over to the Bullymong nest, fighting that. Probably later at the night, like 10, 11, you guys arrived to the entrance of the Iridian Ruins. This one is mostly underground. As you guys get to the front of it, it's not like hidden up in a big valley. There's a couple exposed pillars that raise maybe 10, 15 feet up in the air, and like a bit of a rocky and metal what's the term? Extrusion from the icy
Protrusion?
protrusion. Thank you. From this like snowy, icy dirt area. And it rolls to a stop, but he is present. I hope. But Barry, you see it first as you guys pull up and arrive.
I took
Everybody gets
Crystal
here
out.
before. I was gonna say before. Let's say I know Clay will knock on the back door and be like, "Hey, everybody, I think we're here."
Oh, fun. Alright, let's get this over with.
All right, as everybody piles out, decently well lit night. You can see well enough. A good little ways off. That moon Elpis is very close and therefore very bright with the sun. You guys see the? I'm gonna say it's probably 5 total pillars of different, like, varying heights standing up around it. The entryway is probably like a 10 by 15-ish rough shape. I'm not gonna say it's not really circle or square, but it's kind of roughly that.
Are the pillars broken, or is that just their natural state of 5 different height ones?
Fair. Some of them seem to be broken. I'll say the 2 tallest don't seem broken. One of them just seems kind of sunken. The others do seem like some of the like erosion, damage, something took the top off, stuff like that. One of them, I would say, looks more recent, like very recent.
Oh, fun.
I'm gonna go find inside.
Things that will make us hate having come here.
That's like everywhere on Pandora, though.
Yeah. I miss my nice, safe monastery. We just sat there and meditated on the wonderful explosives and then blew things up. So nice.
So since the sun is kind of like just bombs going off infinitely, do you have anyone that just like stares at the sun in worship of its mighty explosionness?
Well, I mean, Jim Bob did, but he went blind.
Yet every morning, he's still out there praising the sun.
Yep. Good old Jim Bob.
Clay's gonna... Sorry, didn't mind to cut off.
That's all there was to it.
I say Clay's gonna stroll up, so are we doing this tonight or in the morning?
Been a long rest since the last time, right?
No. You haven't had a long rest since before the Bullymong Caves.
I feel
How's
like
everyone
the
else?
people. I feel like the people in the back definitely could have got one.
Yeah.
Sleeping through the drive for most of it.
Hasn't been 8 hours since the Bullymong fight.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how long it had been.
You guys didn't get to the Bullymong. Well, it might have been roughly. But you guys didn't get to the Bullymong fight until at least like noon or afternoon area, I don't think.
I had a building fall on me yesterday. I would like to sleep.
Alright, so we found a good place to hunker down and go to sleep.
All right. Are you guys gonna hunker down here? You guys gonna like maybe you can hunker down in like the opening area of this ruin maybe, or try to look around the area and see if there's something there?
Just hide behind the ruins. Just park behind them. You'll be
We
fine.
magically destruct the entire ruin. Destruct the entire ruins. Dig a small hole beneath it. Park the car in the hole. Then redestruct the entirety of the ruins above us. We're just going to sleep there for a few days. And destruct it again, and then come back out of the afterwards. We're done. Yes, that's obviously what's going to happen.
Clay, Mr. Guide, seems like your call where we're parking. You know the area better. Sleepy time.
Yeah, it'll speak up. I think I got a shack over a ways we could. Well, not my shack, but a shack we could probably use maybe.
I was about
it's
to
still
give
there.
you a bit of an odd look for already having a random shack in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, what's wrong if I am a proud owner of a house?
Because you didn't describe it as a house, you said it was a shack.
Well, now you're just being rude.
Very
Listen, in
shrugged.
this economy, sometimes a shack is all we can have.
Barry opens his mouth and then just pauses. Pandora has a functioning economy?
Functioning is a loose term.
I didn't know that economy, period.
Well, you say if there's trade of business, goods, money, and other products, technically there's economies, right?
Technically, yeah.
So there, we're not complete savages. Pandora has economies. Some of
We
them just
people.
function off of...
Half the
People.
people on this planet eat people.
And that is a product, meat.
Alright.
Are you looking down on me, boy?
I go and look down at him from how tall is this guy?
Like 5'4".
Barry pauses and just kind of looks down with his 6 foot plus height.
Squints eyes.
Just kind of shrugs, held up his hands and shrugs. What'd he say?
Just no. He said he caught the look down and just gives you the. You better sleep with one eye open, boy. With the squinty eyes.
You are aware I explode when it's surprised, right? This entirely answer just says.
And
where I
so does
explode
the psycho
like
back in the fucking base. You ain't special.
I do it repeatedly.
I don't care.
I mean, fair enough, but just I will explode on you. Okay, sure.
Just gives you like
Nice.
staring eyes now. But he will gesture towards the direction and you guys can go off. Probably only like 10-15 minutes off. You guys can drive over to a shack and hole up for the night. It's in a very much disrepair. It's very small. You're pretty sure the lean-to needs a couple of war sheets of metal, but it's outside of. It's not directly outside. Important question: is anybody setting watch?
Yes,
I watch.
better set watch.
I watch.
Schmeat's on a watch.
We have a dinosaur.
You do have a dinosaur.
Oh,
All right,
evidently.
Schmeat, make a perception check. Seems like it's Schmeat and the dinosaur. Well, Schmeat for part of the night, at least.
I'm going to take a watch as well.
All right. What order do you guys want to do it in? So I know who's getting what.
If you need extra, we'll just wake Tanya whenever.
I'll go first.
Okay.
24.
I'll go second then.
24. Cold winds blowing. It looks like a storm might be moving in as clouds start to form up over the couple of hours you're starting to watch, but nothing here happens. Is Nessa rolling for a text tonight?
Max?
You good,
She's playing
Max?
with the drill.
Well, hold on. Let me step out of the room.
Is she muted playing with the drill?
Vroom,
I
vroom.
have the drill still.
Okay, you still have the drill.
Where'd my D20 go?
You only have 2. Stop
I
losing them.
know. I need to stop losing.
Sleepy time.
Murder time. Actually, no, food time. It's time for food.
Fair. Food is good. I was gonna see, did Nessa want to roll for Tex overnight for watch?
Mhm.
Okay.
Ow. It's been sitting right in front of me this entire time. I've
It's
just been
invisible.
blind.
She's just blind.
Just blind.
21.
21 is pretty good. First watch, nothing happens in particular besides the storm starting to build up like before. Second watch is Tex and Crystal.
I'm 25.
All right, 25. I'm just going to keep Texas rolling through. It does start to like fully develop and start to snow. Anybody doing a third watch? Third and final watch.
Nobody. There is no watch at all.
Thought Barry said he had one.
Tex is still gonna watch, but he's gonna go warm up Nessa.
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, if he's warming up Nessa, wouldn't that mean he just has the back of the trailer open, essentially?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just sitting there looking out the window?
I don't know. I didn't think that part through.
Probably the window.
Most likely. Is anybody going to be assisting Tex on the third watch?
I guess very well.
All right, roll perception.
Tex got 22.
Okay.
Barry got a 2.
Oof.
It's very late, and he's very annoyed by
Oh.
having to be awake. This is the one that something actually happens?
Tex starts to get antsy and starts like looking like was just kind of like casually, like slowly but steadily pivoting the head, looking out the window, turning around and looking out the window across the way, looking back out this window before looking at one of them. It just stops and like perks up fully and just starts like leans like forward in and just like starts tilting the head back and forth a little bit at a more rapid pace.
Do I take another look?
Make one more check, yeah, with him bringing you attention to something in that direction.
Alright, well, I mean, that's not that much better, but 13?
That's a good
Mm.
bit better.
I think it's
Unfortunately, you
bad.
can't seem
Oh.
to see anything, and after a few minutes, Tech seems to warily settle down, unable to catch whatever they were looking at.
Do I see anybody else who's potentially looks like they might be awake? Might be able to wake up.
This is still towards like a third of a way through your watch, so it's still fairly early, and I think most people may still be asleep. But if anybody's a very, very early riser, feel free to speak up.
Well, anybody an early riser?
I go with Schmeat and you'd probably be up.
Awesome. I was actually about to go and choose you anyways. Hey, Schmeat.
Meat hungers.
uh-huh.
I think something might be out there. Can't see nothing but a little robot. Started to go and take a. Got real active there for a little bit. That's off.
I go look.
Should I stay here? Or do you want to go off without me?
I find. I call if need.
Alright.
All right, Schmeat, you're gonna go outside and into the snowstorm and start looking.
Mhm.
All right. Make a perception as you start to walk outside, and start wading through the thick snow that's starting to build up and form up. Some like howling wind, like well, not howling wind, but wind rushing through and blowing the flakes everywhere, chilling you off quite a bit after the warmed up trailer.
22.
22. Oh, actually, that was a really roll low. For a moment, you see, not very well, partial bits of something like a long, scaly tail churn and like snap and just hit a snowdrift and send it like scattering and flying.
Yeah, hit it what?
It hit like a snowdrift with his tail as it's like you see something like reptilianish, scalyish churn, and the tail just smacks into the snowdrift and sends it flying.
Yeah, it's not coming this way.
It's walking parallel to stuff, it seems.
How big does it look?
You didn't get a full glimpse. You only got a glimpse of its tail in the snow before it's back into being out of sight in the snowstorm. But its tail was probably 6.5 feet long.
Is Schmeat hungry?
That's an answer for you.
Even or odds?
Let's go with evens. They're fun.
Time to fight Odogaron.
You did just wake up.
Bleed. Ah.
They're gonna go for even. He's hungry. Odds, he's not. That's a 4. He's hungry.
Gonna rush it then?
I'm gonna get it closer.
Hey, Barry.
That is alright. I
Do
trust
what?
myself. How close
Yeah?
can I get?
Make a stealth check.
Why'd the door open and close?
Because there's potentially something out here, and Smee decided he want to take a look. I can't see nothing but the robot did. I can see whatever it was.
That's gonna be a 19.
As you try to get a bit closer and try to catch at least the direction where the tail's going and the little bit of motion that you're catching, you like step on like a crunchier piece of ice, like just ever bit, but it's just enough. As you do, you watch as it stills for a second, and then like in a big flurry of dust, like a big flurry of snow and other stuff, it just dashes into the storm a little bit, out of sight and disappearing for a second.
He's running away. And get back to base.
You're maybe 40 feet out from the trailer at this point.
Oh, blowing really hard though.
Blowing pretty decent.
Do I see my own tracks, or are they already covered up with snow?
You can see them.
One more time. Try to get closer.
Alright, this time it's going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. Got an idea that I'm out there? Okay. First one. Oh, that was cool. So that's gonna be an 11.
Can't seem to get a good side of it. I would say you could probably see some feet print in the snow.
So survival tracking.
You're probably not going to be able to follow it. I should say, you're not going to be able to really follow it with just this one, probably, but you can make an attempt, I guess. It's kind of the point of survival, actually. Yeah, make it survival if you want to try and follow them. I will say they do lead away from the trailer still.
Track it for a little bit. About. Yeah. It's going to be a 15.
Alright, in the snow, I'd say 15. Thinking about it would actually make sense. To follow it, I just disconnected snow and was thinking stone for some reason when I said about following it. I don't know what was going on there. So, yeah, you could probably follow it for a bit. How far do you want to go?
Not too far. I just want to see where it's direction it's heading. Yeah,
This is actually kind of important. How far away from the trailer do you want to go?
I'm currently, 40 feet?
40 at the start of these tracks.
Okay, go. We'll go about 30 more feet.
70 feet away. Barry?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you keeping an eye out the window?
Yes.
About the 45, probably about the 50-foot mark, Schmeat is out of sight.
Hmm.
He seemed to be walking pretty steady as normal, but just saying he is out of sight.
Who's the ones that are already awake?
Tanya, I wonder.
She's laying. It's kind of the half asleep, just rolled back over in a sleeping bag.
Oh, fair.
It's the status of wake if needed.
I think Tanya's getting herself a nice early wake up. I think Schmeat
That's
found
cool.
something.
We're gonna roll initiative.
Oh no, it knows I'm here.
I mean, do the rest of us have to actually go and do this? Can in fact it's just him and
Yes.
Schmeat so far outside? Fuck.
In case you want to partake.
I don't know. I don't want to go and interrupt Schmeat's hunt.
I said if, in case, if you don't want to partake, that's fair. You don't have to yet. You just made it sound like you were.
I mean, if it looks like you might need it, but I mean,
He's out of sight.
He's a big boy.
Schmeat,
It's
what'd you
very
get?
small, actually.
Got these dice are really fucking read. That fire 18.
Right.
Oh, anyway.
Schmeat,
Yes.
it is cold outside. It is kind of hard to see. You are officially out of sight of the trailer, and then you go for about another 20-ish feet. Trying to get a grasp of this. You've been hunting before. It's per your normal activity, right?
Uh-huh.
As you get farther away, you can keep, you do have an idea of where the trailer is. I'm going to say there's, a light inside that gives you a vague idea, maybe. Or at least the light of something over there. Make a little bit of a fire, giving you a vague idea of where things are.
Well, if they made a fire, there'd be like a little bit of smoke. A little ember.
That's what I'm saying. You get a little bit of a hit of the light. You just can't see very well, right?
Mhm.
And you continue following the tracks, and you try to take a look around, try to do your normal, sniff the air, try to get an idea. You can't sniff the air. The wind's blowing really well. And your first awareness of a very familiar feeling as before of being hunted is you getting broadsided as something large, muscular, and toothy and scaly slams into you. 19 to hit.
That hits.
Alright.
You actually say that?
We're about to...
Yep.
Hold on. On the first one, you take 17 points of piercing damage.
The shield. No.
You are grappled.
Wait, no shit.
I would like you to make a strength save.
17 points of damage, so that's damage.
That is 17 points of damage. You are not raging yet.
No, I'm saying my shield
No.
took the 15 points.
Fair.
I'm
like you to
having
make
days
your-
over.
I think I did. Yeah, I did. Yep, I had the modifier. What's the damage? And you said strength check?
Yes, strength save.
Okay. Yeah.
Which I know is a big difference for you.
Uh, 22.
22. It passes that. So you don't fail the other bit. It's going to attack twice with its claws as part of its multi-attack. Uh, 14 and a 17.
14 misses, 17 hits.
All right. No, wait, that's the wrong dice. $22 points of slashing damage as one of them skids off of, one of them hits the coat and catches and skids off and doesn't tingle and slash very well, but the other one cleaves through, ripping along your side as you are currently in this thing's jaws. And it is going to sprint its 45 feet away from the trailer.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You actually get to get up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's probably gonna make it yell when he get bit.
Okay.
I'm
brings
going to say make a perception check. He was 70 feet away in a snowstorm.
brings back memories, doesn't it, Arik?
That was the gobbo that was dragged away.
18.
I'd say that's
Yeah.
enough to catch something. You don't get a very good one. It's very muffled and dulled, but you do hear him.
Alright.
Could text hear him better?
Text can roll.
Alright. Barry decide it's time to actually undo son. Hey, Smeed's gone, son. Switch up. And is going to go run out to go help.
You'll be rolling initiative as you will be part of initiative.
Get
Yeah, that's 25 plus.
What would I roll?
Perception
follow
for
Text.
Tex.
Get up to follow Barry.
What is your initiative, Tanya?
21.
That's a 24 for text.
Tex also heard it. It would start to alert you and wake you up. You can roll initiative if you'd like, but this first turn you will lose to like waking up and getting your up and ready.
That's fair. My initiative wasn't that great anyway.
What is it?
10.
All right.
Does Crystal look like she's been woken up?
As far as I know, not yet, and she'd probably still be asleep since she took the first watch.
I took the
I
second
didn't-
watch.
Oh,
I
you
did-
took the second watch. Same thing though. You'd probably still be asleep, just like having your watch period and you need your 2 rest standards.
Didn't know if Barry saying that woke her up.
I didn't hear what Barry said, so apparently not.
I mean, I did say it
Fair.
very loud, but I guess, yeah.
If you did it, let's give it this. Like you just said, all right, looks like he's in trouble. That's not a whole big of like a super awakening thing. When you're on Pandora, you sleep through some voices. You got to if you want to sleep. You can roll crystals if you'd like, so I can slot her in for when she would be.
Initiative?
Yeah.
21.
Tanya had 21 as well, right?
Correct.
Higher dex.
+4.
3.
Tanya goes first.
Wait, do I have a 3? I do. Why?
As you prioritize wisdom.
That was its turn, and it ran into the dark with you. It's something to note, Shmi. Staring at this thing, even though it's holding you in its jaws, you were having a very hard time sizing up what it is, or keeping track of it very well. For whatever reason, it seems it's blending in with this snowstorm extremely well, and it's obfuscating much of it. You do get this visage of, like I said, a lot of teeth tearing into you. You can see red splashing onto a muzzle with like scaly skin running back into what you're now seeing are a lot of like very needle tipped, like very much more needle type teeth, and you can catch a sight of some of the blood on one of its claws and where it tangled into you, as it has small, like kind of like lengthier muscular arms with long, like 4 or 5 inch tipped talons. As it grows back into some sort of bipedal shape that disappears into the snowstorm, kind of like hunched over.
That's fine.
Tanya, with this activating and kicking off, it is actually technically your turn next in initiative.
I got 25 plus.
It's too high.
Barry did. Higher. Yes.
That's actually one of the weird bits with
It's a circle.
initiative.
Barry is too high.
We're starting at the hunt. Since we're starting at this thing's initiative, we're going down to the next one. It's a weird trigger phrase. It doesn't happen a ton, but it does happen sometimes.
So, Tex was waking Nessa.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kick Crystal in the side. Something grabs me. Gotta go.
Well, attack Shmeet. We don't know where Shmeet.
Yeah, sorry. Something attack Schmeat. Schmeat got.
Shmeet got.
It's me, it's a tracker.
Schmeat is a tracker.
Let's head outside.
As you
In the
open the
cold.
door and a frozen fucking wind whips through all of this. What are you
No
doing?
way. Barry, which way, Schmeat?
I point the way he was.
Run that way.
Run that way. All right, getting out of the van, getting out of the trailer and starting to run that way will take 10 of your feet off, and then you can move. I don't know how much you have left after that.
25.
All right, and you move another 25 feet in that
30.
direction. Oh, sorry, 30 feet in that direction. Important moment of math. Hold on. Shit, nope. Yeah, you move 30 feet in that direction, and you cannot currently see Schmeat.
Fuck it. Dash.
Alright, dash 40 feet forward.
Yep.
Shit, I just lost the number. I hate math sometimes.
It doesn't like you either. It doesn't
can
like anyone.
Barely, yeah. No, actually, yeah. So you can barely catch an idea of a grasp of like Smeat's outline and shape as he's like thrashing, and like a little bit of something latching onto it. But it's kind of funny with him like throwing his legs out and arms out, like scrambling. I'm assuming to get out at this point. You can catch like the upper half and the lower half of its pressing and stuff, but you can't see his middle half. And whatever is like blocking and obfuscating that view is also still blending in very, very well. He is 45 feet away at the edge of your vision.
Just gonna be a shrill scream into the blizzard of just Schmeat!
I'm fucking bit me.
You catch a very muffled "Bit me!"
Get back!
Running.
Wait a minute. I can see this thing now. How many points do I have left? Alright. I can work with this amount of points. Let's mark it.
All right, you'll have advantage to track it, I believe, and your bonus damages.
That's all I got.
Alrighty, moving next to the thing. Crystal, you spent your first turn waking up since you were dead asleep at the start.
Yeah.
But you are up. I'll say you're up and on your feet after this. Schmeat, you are being bit. What are you gonna do?
I bite back.
You bite back.
Call it.
Form a beast. Mouth.
Form of beast. Mouth. Okay. Roll to hit as you I believe you have a skag one as your jaw actually kind of like starts to mutate, grow, bubble. The bottom one just cracks apart as you have a 3-port mouth.
I bite back.
And roll to hit.
Up, 18, 17, 19. 22. 22 is my lucky number tonight.
22. That does indeed hit.
Hurry. Did. D10 or D8?
I believe it's a D10 with that one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my D10. Yeah, there it is. Did 2 plus 3. And it's gonna be 12 damage.
Points of damage as you bite into it, like trying to tear into it, like the side of its face somehow. Like Electrigon is just wrapping back and forth.
I can also shoot it, right?
Yeah, technically, yeah, you have your gun. That's one of your 2 attacks.
Okay. Dex save.
Okay.
I'm using the line. I'm putting it right down its fucking throat.
18.
Dex save on this thing.
I believe it passes.
for
It's
that.
proficiency plus.
Yep.
So as you go to like shove it into its face, and you go to pull the trigger, it grabs the gun in the claw and rips it down, making sure I think it only takes half damage.
Yep.
Repeat it down, so it only takes half damage.
I put Dex save 10.
So it takes normal damage unless it's fire resistant.
Trying to see the damage on this thing. 34, but that's a regular shot. What's the line? Fuck, I don't think I got the other part written down.
I thought it was just regular damage for the line.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's just regular damage.
It's just that it lets you hit a bunch of people.
Okay. Alright. Oops. Eight, 10 damage. 10 fire
10
damage.
damage. As fire streaks across it, Tanya and Schmidt, you get a better glimpse of this thing as the light finally in light for a second. As currently it is a long, almost completely white, scaly, bipedal, hunched over, elongated reptilian figure with long arms, arms coming down below with the claws that are currently digging in and thrashing at Schmidt. From head to tail, it is probably close to 12 feet long, running off with him into the night. And as the fire licks across it, it is not any more effective. It is not. It does the 10 damage. It does not seem particularly effective nor ineffective. It splashes across thick, scaly, hardened hide.
Does that take a shell to use? Or is that just something?
Actually, I think it takes more.
Okay, wasn't that... I don't think
I think I gave you a thing for it. I think it takes 2.
20 line, dex save, proficiency half 5 shells.
Where did I write that?
Okay. Where's my pins? Alright.
You went off alone into the night.
I had some pins.
with something actively hunting you.
Alright. That means I have used 3, I have 2 left. I shot the bully mob.
Anything else? Or is that
So like, I just kind of want to give up. Give
bonus
away
action raged. Use both your attacks. I think that's everything.
I'm gonna bite him again next time.
All right. That brings it down to Nessa. You spend your turn waking up, getting up and ready. You will be on your feet and good to go next time. As Tex reaches down with one of the feet and lays it gently on your chest, abdomen, stomach area, and just rolls you back and forth. Barry, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna go.
You saw the
charge
gout
into
of
my-
flame.
Yeah, I'm going to that.
I believe you can dash if you'd like to get even closer. You'll probably catch up to where Tanya is. I believe your movement speed is also 40.
Yeah.
So you'll be par for where Tanya is.
All right.
Very big, scarily werewolf
If you
bipedal
come
lizard thing.
barreling out and dashing through the snow with a one truck
Alright.
open sleigh.
Can I hug it in rage?
No, it is 45 feet away from you still.
Can I rage?
You can.
Wait, have I dashed?
Yes. You have to
Okay.
dash to. You have to dash to catch up to where Tanya is.
Alright. So I took care of my action as well, right?
Yeah, that dashing would take your action.
Alright. So nothing to be done. Okay.
Are you actually raging this turn or not? Just checking.
That was an action to rage.
Bonus action.
Oh. In which case, not just yet.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da, brings it back to its turn. What's it gonna do? It got lit on fire. It just noticed people behind it running through the snow. It does have a really good meal right now. I think it likes its odds right now for the moment. I think it's gonna spend its time trying to take care of Schmeat some.
Tenderize it.
More of a
But
fillet.
I should put it in the bin.
Well, one of its claw attacks missed, but I'm pretty sure the other two hit.
And you
About
just
15.
get gutted.
They got two. They got lucky. 12 piercing damage.
Okay, 6.
You are now raging, so I believe you have that. Oh, what is that? Damn it, that's the wrong one. That was a really good roll, too. Exact same roll. 23 points of slashing damage as one of the other talons. That one's still wrapped up in your jacket and kind of stuck, but the other one just keeps the grip and it just drags them across you.
Have to 11.
And
11? Be 12.
Rounding down.
11.
11.
23, 11, yeah.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
And it's going to just fucking... Yeah, no, it has its food, it has the snack, it's getting chased, it's gonna sprint out of sight. As it sprints another 45 feet away.
My healing doesn't take effect until I get lower than 44 hit points.
No.
It won't let me heal unless I can bite it, but I don't heal until I get into lower than 44 hit points.
Assert dominance.
I'm gonna bite it.
Alright, it is out of sight of you guys again.
I'm pretty much making a noise every time it bites me.
That's fair.
I'm cursing it out in gibberish at him.
Tanya, what you doing? Crystal, you'll be up after Tanya.
Run my 40 feet.
Alright, that puts you at 110. You can get the barest grasp of an image of Schmeat.
Gotta love all these encounters where things are faster than us, so catching us up is just a losing battle. It brings back memories of a pale, bald asshole.
Listen, my man, Schmeat went out into the middle of a storm with something out hunting.
At least he didn't break his legs this time.
That's true.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I forgot I broke my legs.
Yeah, you jumped 230 feet to the cavern floor.
I used my free.
I didn't Schmeat break his legs too?
They're kind of
Free.
always broken.
already.
Not in this,
Again?
not actively in this campaign, I don't think.
I swear, my leg damaged his legs. It's
Yeah, I used my free fucking Misty Step already against Bullymongs.
Oh wait, I need to roll something. Noted.
Ah! This is probably the most intelligent thing that we've fought.
But that's kind of funny too, isn't it? That the animal is.
Yeah, it's also more than 90 feet away.
No, it's currently 50 feet away.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
I thought you were saying it was 110 feet away after I moved.
No, you're 110 feet away from the van.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't.
I'm using the van as an anchor point to track distances because an anchor point really helps me.
I
see.
interpreted the same
I
thing.
needed distance to the enemy.
Distance to the enemy, you are 50 feet away.
All right. See, that's a lot better.
That's why you can barely see it. Field of visibility is currently around 50 feet right now.
All right. Time for it to make an int save. We're in my last 2 points.
An intelligence save? Okay.
Got my mental shot.
Fucking 9.
Yes. All right. So that's 3d6 of yes, force.
Fair. What's happening right now?
Mind whip.
Don't know what that does. You're gonna have to tell me.
Okay. Psychic lash out in one creature, and this within range. In this case, it's more of a bullet shot, but failed save takes 3d6. Can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets to move, take an action, or bonus action. Only gets one of the three.
I see. Interesting.
All right, 656 was that. 17.
17 points of force damage.
Oh wait, an extra d6 for damage. Wait, no, that's on hit. Or was that on hit or on damage for the mark?
That's on hits.
Okay.
That one, yeah, those are on hits. As it lets out a gurgling, choking noise. As it just like stumbles a bit and staggers a bit, Schmeat.
Hey, question: does it have one of those little dangly bits in the back of its throat?
You can't tell. Your body is currently filling up any form of vision, as it's biting and bleeding you dry.
I don't got any bonus actions I can do.
That's fair. Crystal, it is your turn. Schmeat, you'll be up after her.
Where's Nessa?
Currently on the floor, or well, just stood up inside the van.
Hey Nessa, wanna come along?
Or trailer. I keep saying van, it's a trailer.
Party bus.
Nessa, wanna come along? I'm holding out my hand to her.
Max, you muted.
I'm coming, and she's gonna rub her eyes.
It's going to get real cold real quick.
It'll shock her awake, hopefully. Sorry about the cold. Phase walking. Running my 120 feet, so I should be caught up with Tanya.
You're just a little bit ahead of Tanya.
Yeah.
As the world elongates. No, actually, no, you would be up with Tanya. I keep forgetting. 10 feet out of the van. You'd be literally par for par. As the world elongates, multicolors stretch, which is really strange in a snowy environment as all the effects are also superimposed. It is very disorienting before everything just snaps back into reality as you guys have caught up with Tanya.
Nessa throws up.
That's fair.
Morning, how's it going?
Something's trying to eat meat.
Is that it right there?
Yeah.
You cannot
Let's
see
see.
it. You can only see Schmeat.
I can only see Smeet.
Yep.
Just kind
You
of flap
okay?
like it fucking bit me.
There is a long trail of blood following this trail.
So we know it's running away. We can only see Smeet. I have something I want to do. but I forgot to check to see if I could do it or not. I will need like 10 seconds. How far can you throw something again?
I think that depends on what.
Yeah.
Buzz axe.
Buzz axe is 2060.
2060.
20 at normal, 60 at disadvantage.
And it's 50 feet away.
It is 50 feet away.
And I don't want to throw anything while it's 50 feet away.
You still have your
So I will
movement.
just... No, I don't. I spent 120 feet worth of movement.
Okay.
Just to get here. Because I can't
Yes.
use my own movement as well. Can I just shoot it?
Pow!
Absolutely.
Sounds like
You would be at
disadvantage because you can't.
disadvantage
Yeah.
because you can't see it, but you can absolutely shoot at it.
Yes. I think that's what I'm going to do because I believe my guns count as monk weapons. Because they are simple.
Guns are not simple weapons. Guns count as martials. They're just for everybody to have.
It is still a martial weapon which I have proficiency with and lacks the heavy properties. So yes, they can count as
Alright.
monk weapons. So I will just shoot at it. Still with advantage, but there.
What did the monk weapon part do?
Hmm?
What does the monk weapon part do for your guns? I'm curious.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. I was
What does
just
that
so
make
confused.
us? Nothing.
That's why I didn't know if it was a monk weapon or not.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
It
Okay.
lets her keep using her monk features while they're
He
drawn.
set up the spaceballs and doesn't
You
even
don't
know
need- you can-
spaceballs.
You don't have to use a monk weapon to get all of the features, just the ones that specify monk weapons.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if my feature specified monk weapons or not, so I went to check and make sure that was a monk weapon, so I could use this feature next.
I think you
Features
can
like-
pick a weapon at the end of a long rest and make it one.
Doesn't even my feature doesn't even require a monk weapon. So that whole manhunt thing was worthless. Still, I'm shooting at the thing.
Yeah,
Sniper
Manhunt
or pistol?
thing.
Pistol. I wouldn't use the sniper. That's two-handed. And I kind of forgot I had it.
Manhunt thing.
I haven't used a pistol in forever.
It's
How do I
Dex plus
use
proficiency.
this?
I had to find out. Does a 19 hit?
19 does hit.
Cool. I'm just gonna roll this damage real quick. I automatically rolled that damage accidentally. That's just 6 piercing damage.
Alright, as a bullet just hits into its hide some.
Is it armored? Is that scales? I wouldn't know.
You can't see.
I can't see it.
Did it
This
make a
thing
pring
is an-
sound whenever it impacted?
It's a good question. I would like to ask what you know? Can you hear it over the wind and the snow muffles?
I mean, I have a 20 passive.
I know. Maybe. Anything else?
I actually need the answer to that question because it determines what I'm going to do next.
I'm going to say at the moment, you're probably not sure.
Cool. Not sure. I should
It is a
try to
beast.
do.
Hard to say. You probably assume a beast, almost all the beasts you've fought have been fleshy resistance. You can't see it yet. That may change when you see it. I mean, fleshy, yeah, burning.
It doesn't reach that far.
Was she? Yeah,
That's annoying.
burning.
So this thing doesn't reach as far as I thought it did, so I have to do something else. I'm just going to shoot it again with my other gun
Okay.
that I can't seem to find on my list. There it is. No disadvantage. What's the Not 13. 16 hit.
16 misses as it just.
It wasn't a 16 and it was a 12. I forgot to look at the second die because the first one was so low. And that's all I'm doing.
That's fair. If the low one's there, that's covers it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just pull out both guns and fire off into the distance. I think that's everything on yours. Schmeat,
Yep.
you're up. Nessa, you'll be up afterwards. I keep sitting here looking at his reaction ability, and every time I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna use this, and then suddenly, no, I can't.
It's okay. We'll find out next turn.
Is there any way I can climb inside the mouth?
No, you are currently
It
grappled
can't
and
claw
not
me
that
if
big of a
I'm
creature.
inside.
I was gonna grab onto the dangling bit and choke it from the inside. Okay.
You can try to choke it if you want.
Just slather on some Vaseline real quick and slide on down.
It'll be an athletics versus athletics just because, well, the situation you're in.
So like
That-
my upper half is stuck outside the mouth, right?
It has bit down on the middle of your torso. Your legs are on one side and your other side is on the other. I don't think
wagon.
there's a way for you to really like grab inside of its mouth, admittedly.
Yeah. Can I put the gun down its mouth?
You could go
Its
for the
mouth is
eyes.
full of you.
Hmm.
That's what I'm trying to get at here. Its mouth is full of you.
Am I close to its nose?
Yeah, the nose is right there. It's biting onto you.
How big is the nose?
You could
Is
break out
it-
and run back to us.
You're
Biteable
asking very
size.
weird, super fucking specific.
Because I want to
questions.
shove the gun barrel up its nose and pull the trigger.
No, its nose is not big enough for a whole shotgun to fit in.
You just saw crystal
It's
bullets
not
and
that big.
siren lights.
I bite its nose.
Crump.
Yes, you
Okay.
can absolutely bite its nose. Roll to hit.
There is no grapple break.
Why would he? He's winning.
Okay. That is... That's 18 before modifying.
That'll hit.
Okay. Yeah, that's D12. Is it action to break out?
Yes,
Okay.
it is an action to break out.
Oh, right. Man.
Obligatory. What?
I just remembered I have a whole other class with features I could have used.
Oh.
I'm not just a monk. I can do other things.
For 9. This
What you
dice
looking
doesn't
at,
have a...
buddy?
I got the spiky dice, but the 6 and the 9 look exactly this. Hold on.
In
They have, like,
fairness,
a little
sixes
dot
and
or a
nines look
bar.
very similar most of the time.
I don't think this one has a dot.
The dot goes on the bottom side still.
I don't think this one has a dot. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why
Oh,
would
shit.
it not have
Yeah.
a dot? It's insane.
You know what? We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Just call it a
I
9.
could just roll my other one. It has a dot on it.
I want to look at the dice. Just whenever we're done.
Either way, however you wish to do, I will accept both.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll the other one.
Okay.
I didn't notice that before. That's gonna be 3. Right? Yeah. 10 damage.
10 points of damage as you bite into it again. The mouth just latches on. I think you have, well, yeah, you have one more attack. As you just tear into it with your teeth.
Bite it again.
Bite it again. I get you.
Punch,
Wants to bite me, I bite back.
He also
Fair.
has his bonus action punch. Well,
Oh,
He does
yeah.
this turn.
Yeah. How about D20? Here's where my D20. Bam. That's going to be dirty 20.
That'll absolutely hit.
For 8 damage.
All right, as you just keep like rending and tearing it at it, like trying to like just basically out animal it. You do have a bonus action punch if you wish.
I'm gonna punch you right in the
As
eye.
was mentioned. Punch you right in the eye. It does not have an eye.
Oh.
It's just a nose.
Punch you right up the
But
nose.
you could absolutely punch it, just sock it in the nose.
Okay, so does that unarmed strike go underneath the unarmed fighting style?
If you have the unarmed fighting style, yes, it is affected by that.
Okay, so that changes to a D10.
Yes.
Cool. And
Fun as you're rolling that. It does have like ridges where you'd see back. You started to look for an eye to punch at, but it all seems to have been scaled and heavily grown over wherever that is.
Huh. Okay, that's 23 to hit.
That will absolutely hit. I'm scared of what you guys have been facing in Arik's campaign, that you're unsure about 23s on a creature.
They keep fucking with shit.
12 damage.
That is decent bit as you just wham, sock it in the nose. It just like shakes its head again. That's everything for Schmeat then. So Nessa, you're up. Barry will be up afterwards.
How far away is it?
Currently, it is 50 feet from you.
Sometimes they find out, sometimes they run away. 50-50 chance.
Hearing me yelling
always
back,
one
I'm
thing.
going to eat you when this is over.
I
So
think we
you said
made-
it's an action for him to be released.
Yeah, if you wanted to break a grapple, it would take an action.
And is it a bonus action to get dash, or is it an action to dash?
For most people, it's an action to dash.
So Tex can't get there and release him.
Tex would have to run from the van. Not the van, damn it, the trailer.
Party bus.
Oh, man. I forgot Tex wasn't with us.
Yeah, you guys
Morphing.
teleported in, so Tex is back at the trailer.
Could make him sprint.
I think that's. Can Tex find us?
I mean, you all just went in a direction. He's gonna go towards that.
Okay,
There's
Tex
a bunch
is
of
gonna
gunshots and
sprint.
stuff. Yeah, Tex is 80 feet of movement.
Yeah, Tex is gonna sprint.
He'll catch up with Barry. Barry. Tex comes like barreling out of the darkness next to you, out of the darkness and snow up to you.
Is he talking to me?
And
I just said Tex got up to you. Yeah,
can I try to shoot it?
absolutely. It is at disadvantage.
You also have your movement.
You also have your movement.
Is it a disadvantage if I use my... No. No, I learned. Never mind. What did you say?
To what?
What did you say just like first before I was thinking and did not hear you?
Oh, if you shoot at it right now, you would just have disadvantage because you can't really see it. You know where it's at because of Shmi, but you can't see it.
So I'll aim for Shmi and just go a little higher.
I'll aim for Shmi.
Is that
Roll to hit.
disadvantage?
Yeah, disadvantage.
That's still a dirty 20.
That will definitely hit still.
He takes 12 damage.
All right, as a sniper round whistles through the air and smashes into it. I said whistle
Yes.
like it was an arrow.
She's using that one
I'm gonna shoot
sniper
it again.
from the Minecraft cave.
Right?
I'm gonna shoot it again.
Yep. Roll to hit.
Don't hit Schmeat.
Hit Schmeat, you say?
Sure, he hits me.
That's an 11.
An 11 misses as it goes wide into the dark. No, it doesn't go wide. As this thing just dips to the side as it's starting to run serpentine since people are shooting at it. It's wavering back and forth. That's
see the
bonus
bullet
action. You only, huh?
Did I see the bullet go by?
As you just finish punching it in the face, you draw back its thing and you look up and you're just watching something like a tuft of hair and just something right in front of your vision.
Get it lower.
Flies by. You have your movement left if you'd like to, Nessa.
I don't want to get closer.
Okay. Barry, it is you.
I want to give him a hug. I want to give the monster a hug and explode.
You still have to catch up.
Okay, can I catch up?
80 feet would put you at 150, and it is at 160. You can get to 10 feet behind it. So, I don't know if you give it a hug, but that would be within blast radius.
Okay, sure, fuck it.
This creature has 5 more speed than us, so it is a very awkward. It is just slightly ahead, apparently.
Grab the tail.
Okay. I can roll
You'd have to dash to get here, so it wouldn't be able to grab.
Yeah. Or what the fuck my
It's 2d8 explosion at this level.
Okay, 2d8.
I think technically, no, Schmeat's in front of it. I'm gonna say it's fair. Schmeat wouldn't get it.
Me wouldn't get it? What?
No, the explosion.
Okay, sure.
I don't think he'd get it. I think he's just a little bit out of the range with how it's running.
This guy's not gonna about have a good day. Okay. So, to hit, my deck have to roll to hit, or just...
No,
It's a deck.
just 2d8 happens. No, this was just 2d8 happens.
Okay, then 15.
15 points of explosion as Barry just explodes as he sprints past everybody. As you guys watch, like a slight purple glow starts up in his veins, and then boom.
Wait. He did think to rage, right?
Yes.
Okay. I do not feel bad about this.
You didn't
You'll
hit
be
him anyways. Alright, that is all of Barry's turn. It is its turn. It is going to make the executive decision.
It is slowed.
How is it slowed?
Well, it's not slowed, but it can
My-
only take a
my-
action,
yeah,
movement,
that's right,
or
yeah.
bonus action.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I thought you were saying like movement slowed. I'm like, how is it slowed? Okay, no, it is going to drop Schmeat and fucking keep running.
But only 1 pip, which means that they're all still exactly where they were relative to that turn. So next turn, bad things happen to it. Yeah.
Schmeat is at 160. It's going to keep sprinting its distance away, and it is out of sight of
45 more
everyone
feet.
but Barry.
So has it moved 45 more feet, or however the fuck much it has?
Yep.
Was it about Barry?
Well, wait, no. Actually, no, it's out of sight. No, it is out of sight of everybody as it has sprinted off into the darkness.
Well, line of sight
It
is
did
50
drop
feet.
Schmeat.
That's all I really wanted.
Yeah, I misjudged. I did math wrong for a second. Because Barry's at 150 and it is farther than 50.
It is now 55 feet away from Mary. At least.
So Schmidt has been dropped. It has run. It cannot do anything else because of it can only do one of its actions. Tanya, you're up. Crystal, you'll be afterwards.
One of its actions being move. Not even dash, just move.
It could have spent the dash action. We don't know.
No, it doesn't get a dash
yeah.
action. It gets a movement
you see,
or an
it
action.
gets movement, action, or bonus action. It chose to take the dash action. Fuck you. Fuck your rules.
But if it chooses the dash action, then it doesn't get a movement.
No, it
But
still
it does
gets
get
its
a
move
movement
speed.
because of
Uh-huh.
the action. They are separate still. That's a fun little tidbit.
It only gets to move its movement, but
It does still get to move its movement. It's just in a different manner.
Yeah.
You know? Pettiness. But yeah, you're up. It is out of sight.
Run to Schmidt.
but you know it went that way.
Yeah, you'd have to dash to get to Schmidt, but you can get to Schmidt.
Oh no, can I say? Can't see it when I move the 40.
40 would put you out on 50 and it's out of sight.
So we'll just run over to Schmidt to help him up.
Alright, Schmidt is also still like 10 feet away and tossed on the ground. Just a little bit out of range.
Yeah, we'll use the dash action to get over to Schmidt since we're still in combat, apparently.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
let's
have
watch
to
me
because I don't know what
stand up
crazy shit you guys are about
and
to
chase
pull.
after it.
We could violently chase after it, this is true.
You guys have a tendency to be bloodthirsty and not let things go.
Why don't
No,
you let
this
it
is this is 100% up to Crystal due to its high
I will say you can just barely catch. Well, no, actually, you can't see it at all.
Blood trail.
I can still track. it.
Sorry. Visibility and its visibility are very different things.
Yeah, we're in the familiar ages situation. It's just
So-
faster. It's just faster than us. So unless Crystal wants to go punch it,
I mean, I do want to go punch it though.
It is
that's up to you.
Crystal's turn. Crystal, you cannot see it on any level right now.
Cool. Because D&D is typically
Okay.
a magic focused system. I need to ask this question on how my Hellside ability will work against this creature.
That's for like obscuring things. It's
Obscuring thing, which is also invisibility.
he did mention it had some sort of like chameleon effect, so maybe.
Yeah.
Let me look at it real quick.
Hellsight, you utilize your action, then you can tell the location of any creature using any kind of illusion to hide itself from you. Within like
60 feet.
Yeah. Got you.
you still have- still have to be within Blizzard. Oh, say inside of the Blizzard though.
Yeah, but I was gonna run around, see if I can find it. I have the movement for it.
Okay, so you're gonna activate it, proc it, and then fucking blitz around. I see.
Interesting question.
I don't know if its chameleon counts.
Yeah, I've never used the ability.
Yeah, because this isn't by no means magic. It's not even in the way of a siren ability.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask, because I don't know if anything's considered magic in Borderlands.
I'm going to say in similar veins of like your things are tied to your siren powers working off of siren aspects. I think it would be tied to that concept of like other things hiding with similar things, like Iridian technology based things would pick up. But I'm going to say this is a natural chameleon effect and it does not count. But
So-
if there's ever other things that pop up with like Iridian tech or other siren abilities being used to generate invisibility, for example, that would definitely be triggered by it.
So can they make that determination and not waste their action?
Yeah, no, I can. That's why I'm telling him that now before he uses it.
Literally, the answer is just run straight ahead to it, get bitten, and then while it's dragging you away, just fire punch it repetitively so everyone can keep track. And we'll just go back to the van and run it over.
Please, by the time you go back to the van, that would be a bad time.
There are zero flaws with this parentheses plan.
Barry's going back to the van. It's no longer exploding.
Well, we'll get back to that turn. It's still Crystal's turn.
There's no guaranteed way of possibly finding this thing.
It just disappeared off into a snow blizzard. And the farther you run, the farther you get away from people and help.
Well, I've got a siren ability on it to vaguely know where it is, but
Yeah, I won't be able to go find it if it's invisible, so I guess I was just gonna go check on Sweet, make sure he's
All right.
fine.
For the sake of this, just ask out of curiosity, are we going to let the initiative die out and probably it keep running?
I want to
Yep.
kill it.
The answer is no.
If Shmi wants to keep hunting, Shmi can keep hunting.
All by yourself.
They'll have
Knock him
friends.
Sweet is a
Knock him
tracker,
out.
and he
Meat
did
has
it.
no friends.
He could find it.
Schmied has friends.
He can potentially
has
find
no
it.
I will
the
find
smell of his own blood in its mouth.
But no, legitimately, are we able to drop initiative, or are you guys going to keep pursuing this?
If Sweet is still chasing after it, I will help him in every way I possibly can.
She will.
Lashmi, let's go back to bed. Let's heal you up some and
I'm gonna go to sleep, man.
that thing's fast. Only Crystal can really
Can I
catch
stop initiative by putting a net over Schmeat?
Shmi? That's what I'm asking. Are you actually wanting to keep hunting and trying to go after it?
Each hungry.
Yes
Sounds
or
like
no?
affirmative to me.
That's a yes.
All right,
Barry's going back to the van. Nice meeting
that's
you.
fair. Crystal, what are you doing then?
Well, if Smeet's given an affirmative, I haven't finished my turn. Can I just grab him and like dash off in the direction that we think it went?
You're gonna die.
Let's go.
How much movement do you
So
have?
hold on. Yeah, you're at 110. You need to. Schmeat is 50 feet away. Let's start there.
Smeet is 50 feet away
Yes.
because it just dropped it. Cool. Understandable.
It. Okay.
He couldn't throw. He would have thrown it. I was gonna have him throw it, but I couldn't. I have one action to do stuff.
You have
I'm
an action
going to-
surge.
I do have an action surge, but I was going to use that to punch it more.
This is fair.
It's uncomfortable distance away. Smeet is, I mean. I'm assuming I can't just grab it in the middle of my phase walking.
I'm gonna say no for the moment, because that doesn't feel quite how that works. Every time I've seen it used, it seems to be implying like you have to come back in to grab more stuff. So I'm gonna say for the moment, no. You have to grab it either like while you're in the physical world still, or this physical world still.
All right then. I'm gonna run towards Smeet, action dash, so I can get to him, grab him,
Gotcha.
which should leave me with 30 feet after I get to him,
Yes.
which I will then use to phase run through.
Which I think becomes 90
It
feet.
becomes 90 feet.
All right, you're at the 160. You want to run 90 feet, which just running in a straight line.
Right in the last direction I saw Smeet running in. So yes.
This raises an interesting interaction with how this would go.
Blood trail question mark?
Well, blood trail's there. That's the thing here. I'm trying to look about how. Hold on, I'm looking at a ruling here to see how something works. I'm gonna say like its ability that's in play here is going to say, like you can know the area it's roughly in, even if you still can't really see it.
So they
Because
can like
snow's
make
not
attacks at
going to that area.
disadvantage.
Yeah, like you have to get effectively what's happening here is you have a very short distance you have to be within to be able to actually see it. I'm going to say at least until somebody lands a hit, it'll be at disadvantage. But you guys can be roughly in the area to swing at it.
So we do roughly know where it is.
Roughly. It'll just be disadvantage on the first go.
We'll let them have a displacer beast.
That's
Not
yours.
you did.
Not quite.
Well then, I'm gonna use my action search thing and punch at it.
All right.
My free action. Let me just mark that off so I don't forget it.
Fair.
There it is.
It'll be roll to hit, disadvantage on that one.
And
You're punchy, making it a special punch.
punchy.
Hold on.
Hey Thaddeus,
Yes.
can I make a suggestion to you for, you have monk key points that you can spend? You could have used a bonus action dash.
I could not.
They have the bonus
action to use
action.
spacewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the bonus action phase walk. So
Okay.
I had to use my action to dash. Yeah. That's the lower die. That's a 19.
That'll hit.
And because I have no reason not to think that it's a fleshy creature, I would use it fire.
That's fair.
Alright.
I appreciate that.
To be honest, I kind of forgot what damage I do. Where's my damage counter? There it is.
I think it's a D10 right now.
We have the fist.
Because the armor.
Yeah, because I have the
punch
fist. That's a total of 10 fire damage.
All right, as you take a second, you hear some of the crunches, you hear some of the breathing, you line it up, and you step forward as the tattoos on your arm glow red, fire ignites, and BAM! Punch it, and you leave a smoldering imprint on it for a second. Sweet, you now know right where it is. You guys can attack without disadvantage from here forward.
Right.
At least until you lose track of it again.
Feel fleshy?
The fire did not do anywhere near what you normally expect things to do. It singed and burnt out very quickly, and your hand kind of hurts after that punch.
It has a yellow health bar.
I don't like
Dun dun
that.
dun.
So, I'm gonna hit it with something else. A breath attack.
You
Because-
cannot.
I can.
Cannot.
I can
You
just
have to-
replace an attack.
You don't have extra
have
attack yet. You burned your bonus action. You
attack.
don't
I
get
have my
offhand
offhand
fighting. No, you don't.
Offhand does not work with breath weapons.
This is the third or fourth
Not
time
a
we've been over this.
Breath
one.
weapon is a
You don't get offhand
Oh,
with your fist. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
It is a monk effect, yes. You replace one of the attacks you make on your action. But unless you're fighting with weapons, you don't trigger 2-weapon fighting and get an extra one. You have one
This
attack
one-
per turn without that.
Okay, then I'm just gonna slash it with a
Buzz axe.
Assault.
buzz axe. That's it.
Yeah, I'll let you throw a buzz axe at it. Well, not throw it, obviously, you're swinging.
Can they flank with Schmeat? I don't know if they have any movement left. Could have done that beforehand.
Well, they didn't know where it was
Okay,
beforehand.
flank.
If you want to shuffle real quick, I'll let you flank with Schmeat now that you know where it is.
I don't think it would matter. But I suppose we can. That shouldn't be there. So the 24 hit? Yes, it does.
Absolutely. Jesus. Arik, you're really scaring me.
I haven't done anything.
I don't
You
believe you.
threw Drago mantises at us.
I did not. I said, hey, they're over there. And then you went, murder.
And we backed out immediately.
Because James went, no. No murder. We leave.
That's what, not 10 slashing as well?
You made the right
What was
decision.
your damage, by the way?
10.
10? Alright, as you slash a buzzsaw across it and tear open its hide slightly. Sparks actually fly when you make impact. But I think that's everything for yours. That brings it to Shmeat.
Far away.
Like right next to you.
Yeah. Crystal dropped you guys right on it.
She's currently flanking with you.
How big is it?
Bite it, lock your jaws around it, and don't let go. Do that roll.
It's technically size large.
Just let me get my cow. Alright.
You want to cowboy ride it?
I'm gonna get on its back.
Alright. Use a grapple. So athletics check.
Is this a whole action?
It's one of your attacks. Grappling takes up one of your attacks, not your whole action.
I have the fighting style and I'm fighting grapple special. Turn you want or never mind.
That's after you succeed the grapple. You gotta grapple first.
That's gonna be strength, right?
Yes, it's a strength one.
You said athletics or acrobatics? Or
Athletics for you.
okay, cool. Bam. $25.
25. It is really good. However, this thing is slippery, and as you go to jump out of it, this one skids sideways as you just hit the ground and roll through the snow.
I bite its leg.
You
Lash
bite its
out.
leg. You made me miss. Fuck you. Nom nom nom. Roll to hit. I appreciate the gusto.
Wait is 18.
18 will hit.
Arr.
This thing is trying to get away from everybody. But I now have two people just 200 feet away from everything.
12 damage. I'm gonna punch it in the fucking knee.
Oh yeah, bite technically, yeah. Punch it, roll your hit.
What is it me rolling 16s back to back to back? That is another 22.
It's
I get
called
13.
Your luck is normal?
Now that you've distracted them and got them away from the camp and everyone else, you can send some of those worm things after them and just go whoop, send them away, never to be seen again.
10, so that's going to be 7. That's 10 damage.
Alright, 10 damage. Hefty sum. I believe that is everything, unless you want to use your movement for anything. As you just BAM! Punch it in the thigh after trying to just gnaw on its ankle.
Yep.
Bonus action question mark. Already spent? Wasn't paying attention.
Bonus
Bonus
action was
was
the
the punch.
punch. Alright, Nessa.
Can Nessa hop on Tex's back and just use his running to get there?
Yeah.
Back ain't
When
there
he
yet.
catches up, he'll catch up this turn though, if he dashes.
Postponed.
So can
yeah.
So can I get on his back and just use his movement and still have an attack for Nessa?
Nessa
He would
can't
use
move.
his movement to run 80 feet. He would catch up to you
Yeah.
with. He would have 40 left. He could dash 40 to move 40 forward, but he still wouldn't be able to see anybody.
He's not
They
that far away from me.
No, they teleported 100 feet away from you.
Yeah, he can dash and go 80.
Yeah, he has to dash 40. He has to do 40 to get up to you still.
I didn't think he was that far away from me.
Crystal
Yeah,
teleported you guys 110 feet
teleported
away
you.
from the trailer. Like,
He
she
was right
teleported
next
you guys.
to Barry.
Yeah, Barry
then
was at
Barry
70
dashed.
feet, and Barry dashed for 80 to get to 150. He'll get to
And then
you,
was
which
unable
is
to
40.
do any. Able to do attack
And
and just
then-
exploded.
You can get up to where Barry is, you just can't see anything that's going on with this other group because, well, they
Barry
teleported off
already
into the
left.
storm again. Well, Barry's getting ready to leave. Initiative's weird like that.
So how far are they?
Don't know.
Um,
Well, there's fire and gunshot. Or, well, there's
yeah,
fire.
there's been fire lights up. Right now they're they're literally like 95 feet away where Nessa is before any movement.
So text, but I can shoot farther.
You can't
Right,
see.
but
Close your eyes and
you
shoot.
have. I mean, if you want to take a blind fire in the direction, you can. It'll still be at disadvantage. You just might hit Crystal or Shmeek because they are like far into a blizzard.
If I get as close as I can get, will I be able to see anything?
Seems like 50 feet has been the blizzard distance.
It has been, and if she moves
So-
40, that'll put her at 150, and they're over 200. They're over the 200 mark, so technically no.
Then I guess I'm going back to the stinking camper. I can't do anything.
Alrighty.
Or no, she's not gonna do that. She's gonna wait there for them, and I'm skipping my turn.
Okay, you can hold an action or heal it or do something like that if you'd like.
Hey, Nessa,
What?
you got some healing shots, right?
Healing shots.
Yeah, for people. Like drugs or something to heal them.
I don't have a shot.
Schmeat might need healing.
I figured.
I'm gonna run after them in a second.
Nessa's gonna ready to action a heal.
Fair. If you use text to move forward, you won't get there this turn, but the next turn of movement will put you like right up to him.
Yeah, I don't want to be there. Anyway, it'll be okay.
That's fair. That's getting really far away from stuff. Barry, your turn. You said you were heading back to the camper.
Yeah, he's gonna go back to the camper, make sure nothing happens. If they want to go and keep chasing after it after that,
That's fair.
and get lost in the snow, well,
So-
maybe one less person has to get lost, and one more person be able to, go find them at the camper when they're done playing around.
Fair. Going back to check up on the camper, make sure nothing's going on there. Barry's gonna turn around and run back. Start running back. It is its turn. It is just going to. Yeah, it's gonna head off into the darkness.
Just stunning blow this fucker.
It's going to head off into the darkness.
So because it's running off, do we get opportunity attacks?
Yes, you do.
Please, just stunning blow in this work.
She can't.
No points?
Not the
Level
level.
5.
Oh,
Level 5 monk.
I thought that was at level 3.
Nope.
Beat it to death.
My attack is above 20.
Or aim
I just
for the
don't do the
legs
math.
and cripple it.
That gets noodly.
I'm
Yeah.
like, it's what as we speak.
Wants to match
Roll
up.
your to hit.
Are you
That
gonna
might
try
actually
and
let you do it.
That's a question. Are you trying a different element?
I am indeed. I was going to do corrosive.
Acid punch.
Corrosive. that number, where is that D10 macro?
You bring out your physical dice and then you use the computer ones right in front of them.
Yeah.
You wonder why they resent you.
I only brought the D20. That's 7 acid? Yeah, 7 acid. Corrosive.
Same difference.
Yeah.
All right. 2 of them. Are you doing a different punch this time? You said corrosive or fire.
Corrosive.
Corrosive.
That's what I was making sure. I will say the corrosive damage he starts to actually burn through and eat through the scales very well, like you were expecting with the fire. And it is going to run off into the darkness.
Hold on, Schmeat.
Oh, I thought I heard Schmeat's number earlier, sorry.
Did he miss? I don't find this likely, but it's possible.
16 again.
Kill it, Medina. Do it.
Critical.
Do it.
There hasn't been one of those tonight.
My turn.
Well, your opportunity attack.
Yeah, your attack of opportunity.
Oh.
Bite.
Mouch.
Was it trying to run away still or something?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's literally just trying to leave. You guys, it tried to get food that was isolated, and then it started to get too damaged, so it's trying to get away.
Make it
I'm
your
biting its
food.
stomach.
I don't know if
Just-
you need to eat its food.
Just go for the disadvantage. To rip out. To target its Achilles. And just roll 2 20s. Just do it.
Oh, you mean the reckless attack?
No, just go ahead and roll your to hit.
Well, technically you're flanking, so technically you should have advantage anyway.
No, it's leaving the area that breaks the flank.
Ah.
Ingalls.
Because it wouldn't qualify until it's leaving its areas.
Munch.
21.
That'll hit.
Uh, 12 damage.
That'll hit, and you just start to tear at its ankle again. Or its stomach this time, you say try to reach out and take a bite out of it. And it is going to run off into the darkness, disappear, and roll its stealth.
And then they find it again.
And then go X distance away. There's all that. I think for the most part, everything.
How many more phase walks you got?
Well, I'm going to put the point here. It just ran off into the darkness out of sight, rolled stealth, way above people's passives, and can move. There is quite literally almost no chance of finding this thing in the blizzard.
But if it's stealth, then that was its action.
It can only be X distance away.
So it can only be X distance away.
The meta
So
is
there's a
strong.
chance.
All right. Okay, let's take a second here and look at this. You're trying to chase a creature, and it's invisible in the snow off into the storm.
These boys want blood and this motherfucker's trying to run away.
You can try, but everything is going to start being at penalties as you get farther from your light source.
This is fine.
How many more phase steps do you got?
1.
It is enough.
Could be. Hopefully. Maybe.
Tanya.
Dashing after them. We get.
All right. You can. You're 160 to their 205. 45 feet. You can catch up. Actually, 40 feet puts you at them.
Oh, good. Still alive. Ready to go.
We just wasted We just went to sleep so that we could, be nice and rested, go into the ruins, and then we just went off the wild goose chase.
Just
Use
take
up
a
all
little
your-
longer on your
your-
rest.
I'm gonna leave
I
you.
didn't actually calculate
But you're not
anything
even
for my
here.
rest.
You're a horrible person. You're trying to make this way so you can get us, Eric.
You're going in a completely different direction, Dylan.
Also slavery. Your word
Okay.
cannot be trusted.
Anyways, what situation again, Matt? Matt.
You found them. You used your 40 feet movement. You're at them. There is nothing in sight.
I think he's still hungry.
Tanya stopped for a moment. Did she see enough of it? Did she see enough of it during this, and when she saw it before?
What do you mean?
She got to see part of it at from the back of its trailer type thing originally.
You guys got like a very, very loose grasp of it. Yeah, I think.
A loose
You got a
grasp
loose
is good
grasp
enough.
of it. What are you trying to do?
I think that's the Lancer thing that was in the big trailer truck thing. Ah, that must be how they're tracking us. Yeah, we should kill this. Yeah. Alright. 40 more off into that direction.
Which direction?
Fair enough. You know what? Hang on. Which way which way to go? Schmeat? Crystal?
Perception looking for foot tracks.
Which way did it go? Which way did it
That
run?
way, maybe? Probably
can-
that way.
Perception. Foot tracks. Or
You
foot-
could try to
right.
track it on your turn.
Oh,
That's what I'm just asking the two of you like now, which...
I'm just gonna point the direction I saw it run off.
Oh,
You
off
can-
into the blizzard we go.
Are you just going to run like 40 feet in that direction? Or are you going to, how are you trying to do this?
I've got a tracking thing up. Let's see if I can track it. You've got advantage on
I'm
the-
going to make it a flat roll because you have advantage from that, and you're trying to track in the middle of a blizzard for disadvantage.
I'm pretty sure I have survival. This thing's... I'll say the blizzard is the blizzard is ignoring my magical tracking ability of siren senses or however the fuck this works. I don't know how the siren powers interact with this one.
I figured it was just kind of like the life force you're trying to follow.
I don't know if the blizzard would interrupt that then, but...
Yeah, but you're still trying to follow tracks. This isn't like your actual sense to find life forces. This is hey, this is like a little bit of a helping hint. It's not like a perfect tells you where it is. Like, it literally just gives you a bit of a boost when you're tracking them.
Behold, the perfect tells me where it is. 26,
not tell you
that's a
where.
natural 20.
Maybe does.
It's a natural 20. Okay. You have a direction. You can start to follow it in.
Sweet, Crystal. That way.
Okay.
I don't got no bonus actions I can do. I have... My bonus actions cost points that I don't have. And I got one thing to get... I got one thing that I can get 2 points back with, but that itself cost an action.
All right. After Tanya, it comes down to Crystal.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
What's the range on my channel Divinity Slow?
Give me a minute.
Why would he know
Crystal,
that?
it's your turn.
It was never written down. It was just listed as single target.
Give me a minute. I will tell you. Crystal, it's your turn. What are you doing?
I am running towards the direction that I think it's in.
All right. Running out that way. 40
Yep.
feet. Nothing in sight.
Nothing in sight. But I was told it's in this direction. So I should assume that it's in this direction. Was I expressly told this direction?
I think she just pointed in a direction.
Or is it just a
Footprints.
general direction?
Footprints going that way.
I'm trying to determine whether it's just this general direction or if I can just assume that it went off in this line. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm trying to question.
They gave you a direction to start out. After that, it is up to you how to handle it.
Cool.
Got a grenade?
I have one explosive thing. I don't want to waste my action on it. My action is typically so useful. So I said I'm just going to send out a wave of corrosive material. Or do I want to send out a line of corrosive material?
Just straight ahead of you.
Yeah, no, a wave of corrosive materials. Yep, just straight out ahead in that direction. That was
It
told.
has a shotgun option?
It does.
It has a line. It has a 30-foot line or a 15-foot cone.
30-foot line, 20-foot cone.
20
Eager
foot cone.
cone.
Just a little bit bigger.
I think it's like 100 feet. Hold on, let me
Hey.
check some of my other channel divinity things. Let me make sure of that.
Cone. Hey, that
Sorry.
cone is a good coverage.
It's good coverage on the cone. You throw a wave of crest about in that direction you've been heading. That is it. It doesn't seem to land on anything.
How fast is this thing?
Faster than us. That's why a lot of this was very tedious and annoying.
I was only 5 feet faster than us, and it used its action to stealth. So it shouldn't be outside of my range. If I move 40 feet forward, and then hit everything within a 20-foot cone.
It's just standing 5 feet next to you to the left. It went 40 straight, 5 left. Think of it like this, Thaddeus. You're trying to catch a rogue that's invisible. You basically can't.
Still hit the area the rogue's in, with a
Not
area of effect thing.
not if it went 5 feet left of you. You'd be, it would be out of the cone.
Direction you gave wasn't 5 feet left, it was this direction. I have nothing else I can do.
You passed it
Alright.
somehow, I guess.
Somehow I ran
I mean,
past
somehow.
it.
Remember, you guys are quite literally in a snowstorm.
Watch out for
And
footprints
it is
trying to sneak
basically
past you on
invisible.
tippy toes.
Schmeat, you're up.
No idea where it's at, right?
It's
You got
not
a
in front of
direction.
me.
Crystal just ran off in.
Oh, check.
The tracking has been like they've already shown the tracking of what direction it's in, where to go.
That
Roughly.
way. I go that way.
You go that way. Are you going like up to where Crystal is, or
Dash that way? Bump into it? I don't know.
Pick left or right.
So I saw them fire. There's nothing that way, right?
yeah, you can see them throw the line of like the cone of acid out, and nothing seemed to catch.
The other direction. Fuck, I need to hit something this turn or else I'm gonna drop my rage.
So you're just moving far. You're just moving forward and shooting a line left or right.
Let's see what I can do.
You proceed to do that and accidentally hit it, and just critical hit it and just kill it instantly. You don't even know.
How far? What are you trying to do then? How far forward? Are you trying to shoot a line in which direction?
I am giving the warning that it's not in.
Yeah, no. He said you told him it was not in front of you. That's there.
And I can't like bonus action use a different part, right? I have to like turn it off and then turn it back on.
I mean, no. You can bonus action to like use your rage. It would just consume another rage.
Okay.
You
Tail.
can rage while raging. It's like a weird world interaction. You can rage while raging to like refresh your rage or change up your rage like that.
Tail. My tail as far as it can go, 10 feet and around.
You don't hit anything with your tail.
Yeah.
At least besides Crystal.
Okay. Yeah. Look for tracks, I guess? I don't know.
That's an action.
I'm gonna say the survival's been done and taken care of.
They have been
Just for the
melted
note
by
of this,
the
like you guys
acid.
got.
I have an AoE that I could probably find it with because the size of the AoE, but it moves before me.
I'm not gonna lie. Basically, unless you figure, hey, this thing's probably lost in the snowstorm, guys.
I mean, I got a 15-foot radius bubble I can make, so...
Stick my tail under the snow and spin around, see if it knock up the snow and fall on it.
Your tail reaches out 10 feet?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not gonna stir up anything. That'll catch you on anything.
The DM really does not want us to find this thing.
Play
It
dead.
is some-
Act like a snack.
I had a thing in the snow that is nearly invisible. You guys are trying to hunt it in the snow. This is going to be hard.
I don't know.
Alright. Gonna head back, I guess. Just hungry.
Bug rumble.
I'll eat you later.
I'm going to call initiative at this point because unless you guys have something to pop off, it's probably gotten away at this point.
If I move faster than an initiative, I could pop a bubble, which that bubble should have been able to technically hit it, but it goes first.
But
so
it's up next. I'm gonna say at this point, initiative's probably over. It's gotten away.
I cannot track its life force through the blizzard. I mean, I could, but that's a waste of time. It's faster.
Head back to camp.
All right, Barry, get back to camp. Camp seems to be intact still.
Hey, man.
But nice.
Does not seem like you were ransacked or attacked in the middle of all this. So that's a plus.
What's his name? Clay? What's Hancock's son's name again?
It is Clay. They're at the door of the shack because they went inside since you guys were piling up inside the trailer.
I mean, is he actually looking to see what the hell is going on?
Yeah, he's out and he's got a gun at the ready. Trying to figure out what's going on, but everybody ran off into the blizzard and he couldn't see anybody.
It's fine. Something. Meat went out there to try and see something. It bit him. wandered off. We got him Shmi out of their mouth, but now they want to go hunt us. The thing's damn near invisible, and it's a snowstorm. They're off doing a wild goose chase.
Well, as he says, like, puts the gun in, like, slowly hits the gun. I guess it was anything worse then. Well, that's a plus.
Yeah.
Chasing anything in this thing's gonna be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. I was a bit concerned when I heard meat go down, but yeah, it's fine. Very worst, I'd rather actually. No, somebody knows where hell the trailer is, so at least we can find them later. See if keep it up.
Alright, I'll keep an eye out until everybody gets back at least then.
Alright.
Right. I'm gonna say Nessa probably heads back towards it too if she's waiting on. Actually, I guess no. She said she was waiting on the other people that ran ahead. What do you guys like to do?
Go back to sleep. Take another long rest.
That's saying
Finish the long rest.
It's finished.
Schmeat, hold still a second.
We just used all.
It takes a few minutes of activity before it actually starts to qualify as against long rest. That is actually a thing in there too. Otherwise, every encounter would ruin long rests, and nobody would get them.
There's an encounter once every 7 hours. Why? It's fuck you.
Suck it, jabronis. But no. I'm gonna say he's probably gone away. You spend a few minutes looking around in the snow. I don't see much of a chance you guys have done the survival. You can keep following the tracks if you want, but you also know it's very fast and running away. So that is up to you guys.
Also, it's very cold outside.
It is.
And no one's had breakfast yet.
I was trying to get breakfast, but no, it ran away.
Barry goes inside and actually makes breakfast, both for him and
We're still walking back.
other people can eat when they inevitably come back.
We should
Okay.
be. We're very far out.
Okay, I'm acting like I'm injured because I'm gonna see if the thing comes back and tries to attack me.
Oh no! Scary monster.
Oh no, I'm still
Don't
bleeding from something to like
me
grip in the
now.
snow.
That's why Tanya's asked you to come here.
It's a. I'm just.
You make it back to the trailer without it coming after you.
Damn it!
Gonna heal.
It's not a big dumb monster.
Gonna give Schmeat 15 healing.
I wasn't actually that. Was almost bloody.
I was gonna say, you guys lit it on fire, burnt it with acid, and shot it repeatedly.
Don't forget, I bit its nose.
And bit its nose. And it cannot currently see you as far as you know. Remember, visibility is limited. It's not just you guys that are limited in that aspect.
I was hoping to follow the blood.
You want your breakfast? Made some?
Sure.
As everybody gets back in to finish their long rest off, I think we'll call it there for the night.
Thank you.
I would like to channel divinity, punch myself in the face to heal Schmeat for 2d8.
Matt, can I rapid fire?
I'm fine on health.
Do what?
Matt, can I rapid fire? Because what I was planning to do might require some prep work.
Shoot.
Okay. So, ideally we end up getting to the outskirts of the town and are able to observe things. We're able to observe the town, see how it does. It looks like Bandit Town, I'm assuming? Like,
Without getting
define.
into too many details, yes, it is a bandit town.
Like, very obviously Bandit Town, not like town with bandit.
No, it is a bandit clan's. It is still a town, and there's a bunch of people doing a bunch of dumb shit, but it's definitely run by bandits.
Okay. So then, looking over it, looking at town stuff.
Like, most people could just go in and have a day, like, at their own health and risk, because there's bars and shit, but...
Because I'm rapid firing here. Everything's summarized, because I want to be able to get out of here. That's fair. I would look toward the rest of the group, basically say something pertaining to the only reason that we're having such difficulties is that the lands can't operate in this area on account of the bandits. The bandits need to go, then we can do whatever the fuck we want. Blah, blah, blah. Additional things make it sound like an even better idea. Alright, cool. That information had looks at maps. What's the nearest other large bandit thing?
I don't have an answer for you.
That's
It'd be
fine, but we
That was the
probably
main
know what those are, right?
Probably have at least a grasp on where stuff is.
Alrighty then. So then, what I would want to do is probably head back to where the dead guys are now that I have this idea of, fuck it, let's start a bandit war. And then head off in the direction of one of those. And then probably during that time we'd run out of time and it'd be nighttime.
Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and give you a heads up. This whole area is their clan, right?
Yes, I want to find the next clan, the one that they could fight with.
That's gonna be at least like a couple days.
Oh well.
That's what I'm saying. I was putting it earlier. This area was raided and slaughtered by this group.
Okay, and I'm
That's what
gonna
I've been
make it
telling
seem
you
like
guys.
it's
They just-
more invader aggression then, because I'm finding some of their uniforms, insignia shit, and then we're heading that way. Because I'm gonna start a bandit war. Because fuck these guys.
Alright, that'll take a couple days probably.
I'm gonna be
And
honest,
maybe-
Eric, that actually sounds pretty damn fun.
Well, you're on
Maybe
your own
they
thing.
They need to convince your group there, but that'll be next time.
That's part of it, and there's very good logical
Oh.
arguments I could use, but we're on fast forward mode.
Yeah, I'll think about how to handle all this, I guess, and how we want to go about all that, or what it all will be done and said.
But like to even give more details, like I'd imagine that because bandit thing, I imagine the town doesn't have a lot of like obvious infrastructure, so we could see like generator depots and things like that. Assuming that other towns have the same, I'm taking insignias, and the plan is to go bomb the other people, let them get pissed, and then see what we can do whenever that's happening.
Okay.
It's basically just a Borderlands 2 questline.
No, I get you.
But I figured that might be something I should mention before we...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see how I wanna. I'll see you think about that one.
Cause chaos, take them apart, control the area. And also have Franklin recall his creature and note where it was whenever it stopped moving. So we have somewhere to pick up the trail again. Still technically doing my job.
We'll see how it goes.
Alright. That's my thing for closing. Anyone else have anything?
Yeah, a pretty big thing for the rest of the group, because only a couple people got to hear it. So, aside from Tanya punching herself in the face and Schmeat's wounds closing, hey, pretty sure that thing was the thing I saw in the back of the Lancer trailer thingy. That's probably how they're tracking us. Either that or it's just let out into the wild. Probably
Yeah.
not that.
Alright. With that tidbit of information and pondering how to handle that going forward, I think we'll wrap up for the night.
Alrighty.
Right.
Let's get out of here. Goodbye.
Boy.
Bye!